Dear friends, welcome to the World Roma Congress. We're very happy that you're all here. After more than 40 years, it's the first World Roma Congress in Germany. We organized this Congress with Roma organizations from many different organizations, different countries. We thank the Kosovo Roma Rights Coalition and many organizations from the Roma diaspora in Germany, in France, in Belgium, the United States, former Yugoslavia, and England. We thank L'Orden del Phoenix from Spain, and of course also Gratan Puxon, who has been fighting for Roma rights for more than 60 years. We thank Romani Pen, our sisters here in Berlin, and many other migrant Roma organizations in Germany who were involved. The Bundesroma-Verband, the Roma Center, and the Roma Anti-Discrimination Network, Romani Kafava, and many more. The list is long. In the 52 years since the first Roma World Congress, much has changed. There have been many struggles. But with time, the spirit for equal rights was lost. Instead of equal rights, it was only about integration into society. Even though we have been living in these societies for centuries, critical voices were not heard, and discrimination continued to increase. The transformation process after the end of the Cold War greatly increased the socio-economic exclusion, discrimination, and marginalization of Roma in many countries. At the same time, we witnessed the rise of nationalism and other reactionary ideologies that scapegoated Roma. The wars in Yugoslavia saw Roma, who did not want to belong to any of the warring sides, caught between the nationalist camps. In these wars, many Roma were displaced and deprived of their livelihoods. Many still live scattered around Europe today without a safe place to stay. They no longer have a home to return to. The same is currently threatening in Ukraine. Thousands of Roma are fleeing the war and are experiencing massive racism, both in Ukraine and in the countries to which they are fleeing. However, we're not only experiencing war in Ukraine. The war in Syria has long been forgotten. The fact that the Dom community, the Roma in the Middle East, were displaced by this war is unknown in the West. As if the situation of these people was not bad enough, this year they were shaken by a catastrophic earthquake that cost thousands of lives and left survivors homeless and traumatized. None of this is mentioned in the media and is largely ignored by politicians. Above all, structural and institutional discriminations are serious problems in all European countries, which are not systematically combated and in many cases are not recognized or even ignored. Racist violence is a serious problem in many countries. Right-wing extremism and right-wing populism in politics and society threaten Roma communities throughout Europe. These issues should primarily be addressed by more people from the majority of the society, since they are problems of society as a whole. But we cannot wait for that, because these are existential threats for us. It was quite a challenge to even make this Congress happen. For weeks, there has been opposition to it. Rumors and false allegations have been spread. At the last moment, the Red City Hall of Berlin was cancelled as a venue for us. But still, we are here, because we have no time to lose. With the Congress, we want to bring in new thinking and create a platform to talk about the real problems in order to look for solutions and new ways together. A general reform of Roma policy is necessary. This is not a Congress where representatives are elected to useless positions. It is not a Congress to create another bloated institution. It is a Congress for the people, a platform where we can come together to look for solutions to all our problems. Because the situation of our people is getting worse and worse. With all of you, with the Roma organizations and activists from all over the world, we want to talk about this situation and look for ways for a better and a more just future. For my generation and for the generations still to come. We would have wished to have thousands of people participating, and we appeal to everyone. Create platforms everywhere in the world, come together and look for ways to a better future. We wish you a lot of strength, and we're happy that people around the world have been motivated. You are strengthening the movement with your criticism and your support, your own ideas and plans. And there are even already rumors that the next congresses will be held in Brazil and the United States.
Resistance for existence. Opre Roma, alle bleiben.
Welcome everyone. I wish you all good health.
Good afternoon, distinguished representatives from Roma organizations worldwide. It is my honor to welcome you here today on behalf of the World Roma. It's my pleasure to welcome you here today to the World Roma Congress on behalf of the Roma Anti-Discrimination Network, Roma Center, Kosovo Roma Rights Coalition, La Orden del Felix, Gratan Paxton, Romani Pen, Romani Kafawa, and many others. I am Ramona Cara and I am of Romani origins. I come from Romania. I held a bachelor degree in social work and a master degree in public policy. I'm honored to be here today in front of you as a moderator for this event. We are highly honored that you as representatives from so many different organizations worldwide are here today to discuss with us the community's most pressing issues that our Roma face in different countries at a worldwide level. Today, the first panel of this Congress will be focusing on the situation of the Roma in Germany, and our colleague Heidi will be moderating it together with the distinguished speakers for the panel. Afterwards, we will have a talk with Riccardo Sahiti and Roger Moreno from the Roma and Sinti Philharmonic. Once we have this beautiful talk, we will move forward and we will have short speeches from different Romani organizations around the world. Last but not least, we will also have the last panel of the day, which will focus on the situation of the Roma in Europe. And this panel will be held by speakers and representatives that come from different European countries and not only European countries. Once again, I am thankful to all of you in the name of the organizers for attending this event, and I would kindly like to invite my colleague Heidi now for the first panel. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you everyone for joining tonight. I'm happy to have my colleagues sit down. Genau, achso, ich rede auf Englisch, obwohl ich auf Deutsch geplant habe. Genau.
Sorry, I started in English even though I was supposed to be talking in German. Welcome to the panel,
in Deutschland,
Roma in Germany, a status report.
Genau, wir haben jetzt alle hier, darüber freue ich mich sehr. Es ist mir eine große Ehre,
I'm very happy and it's a big honor to interview or to moderate the discussion between these people and to talk with you people here on the stage. First of all, I'm going to introduce the guests here on the podium. And then I will start with my first question.
Und zwar habe ich hier, ich gehe mal einmal rum.
So I'll just go from one end to the other, from left to right. Hopefully the technology will work out. Can everyone hear? Isidora Rangelovic is sitting beside me. She is the founder and leader of Romani Pen and Ini Roma. She is an academic who works and is academically interested in anti-racism and self-empowerment, and particularly with feminism. She composed a report for the Independent Commission on Anti-Gypsyism in Germany. That's one thing we'll be talking about today, what the meaning of this commission and its work in Germany. And the study which she wrote for this commission was about the racism experiences of Sinti and Roma in Germany, and it was a change of perspective towards the perspective of Sinti and Roma, and it wasn't a perspective centered on the majority, on white people, which is normally the way this thing is presented in Germany. And then the next guest is Nisachete Bislimi-Hosho. It's a great honor to be sitting up here with you as well. She was born in Kosovo in 1979. She came as a refugee to Germany in 1993. She studied law even when she had a Duldung in Germany, and she became a lawyer. Since 2017, she is working as a specialized lawyer on migration law and helps people achieve a right to stay in Germany. She's frequently present in media, on television. She does lectures on residence and asylum law and wrote an autobiography called Through the Wall. And she's also politically active, and she's the chairperson of the Federal Roma Association, Bundesroma-Verband.
Anita Adam is
a Romni from Romania. She works as a mediator in social advice and in vocational education for young people. And she is working with the support initiative for Roma, Förderverein Roma, and has been active for human rights of Roma and Sinti for over 30 years in educational projects. And also a kindergarten with 80 people in it with this initiative.
Auch freue ich mich heute Milan Pavlovic hier zu haben.
And I'm also happy to have Milan Pavlovic from the Roma Information Center, a Roma activist of over 30 years. He organized the Romano Alliance in Berlin together with other organizations. His organization is also involved with creative protests and community building.
Und last but not least, Sami
Last but not
Jemalowski.
least, we have Sami Jemalowski.
Leitung seit 30 Jahren des Internationalen Kultur- und
He
Sportvereins
is
der Roma Carmen e.V. aus
from
Düsseldorf.
Romano-Carmen in
Der
Düsseldorf, the
Roma-Moschee
Culture and
IKUR
Sport
in
Club,
Düsseldorf
the
sowie
Roma
des Vereins
Mosque,
Romano-Tan aus
and the
Dortmund.
initiative
Und
Romano-Tan
engagiert sich
in
seit dem
Dortmund.
ersten Tag beim Jelem Jelem
And he has
Festival
also been
auch in
involved with the
Dortmund.
Jelem
Sami
Jelem Festival
Jemalowski war
in
Mitglied im Vorstand
Dortmund.
vom Roma Theater
He was with the Roma Theater
und
and
Amarodrom e.V. Und er
Amarodrom,
ist Mitgründer von Ternodrom e.V. und vertrat als
and
erster Rom die Interessen
he
der
was
Roma beim Integrationsgipfel im Bundeskanzleramt.
and he was a participant in the Integration Summit of the federal government as a representative of the Roma community.
Das Thema heute ist
The topic today
Roma
is
in
Roma
Deutschland.
in
Was mir
Germany.
dabei einfiel,
And what
war
comes
ein
to my
Witz, den
mind
ich von einer
is
jugoslawischen,
a joke which was told to me
Kollegin
by a
gehört
colleague from
habe, die ich
Yugoslavia,
jetzt so ungefähr wiedergebe.
which I'm going to
Und
try
zwar,
and repeat to you, if I can remember it
zwei
correctly.
Menschen unterhalten sich,
Two
das ist in
people
Jugoslawien, sie
in
unterhalten sich und
Yugoslavia
sagen, ey,
are talking,
Bruder, weißt du,
and one of them
morgen
says,
geht die Welt unter.
"Hey bro,
Was sollen
tomorrow
wir
the
machen?"
world's going to end.
Und
What
er
should we
sagt, kein
do?"
Problem, pack
And the
deine
first
Sachen,
one
nimm
said,
deine Frau, nimm die Kinder, wir gehen
the
nach
second
Deutschland.
one said, "Don't worry, no problem. Pack in your
Jetzt
wife
möchte
and
ich
your
gerne
kids
die
and go to
Frage
Germany."
stellen, ist das tatsächlich so,
So I would like to know, ask you the question,
dass
is that
die
really
Welt
the
hier
way
nicht untergeht?
that the world is not going to
Und
end here?
ich dachte, dass ihr alle dazu etwas zu sagen habt.
And maybe
Und
each
bitte
of you
euch,
would have
ins
something
Gespräch zu kommen
to
zu
say
dieser Frage.
on this question.
Dann darf ich anfangen?
So I'll just start, if that's okay.
Also, das glaube ich nicht.
I don't think that's the case. Relating to Germany, there was always these slogans, and people are saying we can't manage this with all the refugees and everything, but Germany is a huge country. Germany has space for a lot of people. And certainly, above all, Germany must have space for people who were the victims of National Socialist persecution and genocide. And that's the people who we're talking about, the victims and their descendants.
Ich weiß, dass ihr alle etwas dazu zu sagen
So I know all of you
wie schwierig es gerade
will want to
in
say
Deutschland
something
ist.
about how difficult it is in Germany at the
Vielleicht
moment.
wollt ihr noch mal ein bisschen mehr erzählen. Vielleicht kannst du, Anita,
So
ein bisschen
maybe you,
erzählen von
Anita,
deiner Realität in der
can talk
Arbeit
about the realities
mit
you're
Mitbürgern
confronted
in
with in
Deutschland.
at the moment. You're working particularly with European Union citizens in Germany. Yeah, well, what I can say is that we are currently preparing a lawsuit at the Constitutional Court, which is related to the problem that European Union citizens in Germany having their free residence being revoked because they cannot prove that they have a job in Germany, and their status as EU citizens who are entitled to live here is being revoked, and this is affecting a lot of Romanian people in particularly. And this is happening in a number of different cities, in Hamburg, in Hanau, in Offenbach, in Berlin. And the social authorities, like the job center, is informing the migration office, the local migration office, that the people do not have a job, and that therefore they should have their status as European Union citizens who are entitled to be here. The status is being revoked, and this is something which is contrary to EU law. And therefore we are currently preparing a lawsuit at the Constitutional Court to go against this practice. And this is very important because this is something which cannot be tolerated. To give an example, I know a Romney lady who was pregnant and she obviously couldn't work, and when her baby came, the child got a letter saying that it was going to be deported. Not even the mother. The newborn baby was threatened with deportation. I think this is a good way to bring in Isidora on the issue of the things which she found out in her study which she wrote on racism experiences. Thank you, Heidi. Yeah, maybe I can give a bit of context to my study. We published in 2021, and this study was requested by the Independent Commission on Anti-Gypsyism. We ourselves do not use this term anti-Gypsyism. We don't like this, we don't approve of this term, we don't use this term. So for us, what we talk about is racism against Roma and Sinti in Germany. That was the title we gave to our study, and that's what we investigated. The broader context is that this commission was installed by the previous government between the CDU, CSU and SPD government parties at the time, and they had agreed to talk about or to investigate this problem of anti-Gypsyism in Germany, and they decided to install a commission to do this. And the goal of this commission was to write a report where they would basically do a summary of the problem, the situation in Germany, and there were 15 expertises, 15 studies on different topics and issues were requested, and one of them was done by your organization, Heidi, which was the empowerment study, which asked a lot of Roma and Sinti organizations to share their experiences. And what our organization did, was the report on the issue of racism, experiences of racism. So what we did was we interviewed over 90 people, including Roma and Sinti. We worked with a team of 13 people. These were academics, but also people who had been working in this area for decades, like civil rights activists, people who are involved in memorial culture, people who are working against deportation, people who are working in the area of education, people working for children's rights. So it was a very interdisciplinary team. And for me, it was very important working with so many of our people from our community with different backgrounds and putting this different perspective to the perspective which is presented by the traditional anti-Gypsyism academics. So the question was, which experiences of racism do Roma and Sinti in Germany make? How are they transferred through family, these experiences? How do people talk about them? What kind of strategies do people develop to deal with them? What are the forms of secondary racism which exist? So we identified a number of different areas which the people talked to us about, and the strongest area where there was the most racism was the area of education, particularly in schools. And obviously that's something to do with the fact that everyone has been to school. You know, that's one area where everyone has contact with, and closely followed by official offices, like state institutions, like migrant offices and so on, but also the health area. The health area was also significant. Media also played a certain role, but not really that much. And we included a number of example cases which we described from different areas to try and illustrate the different kinds of racism experienced by people in these different areas. So there was like an example from the health area, an example from the area of education. And we tried to use these examples to show how different things were interconnected, experiences from different areas were interconnected, and what effect they had on people. So there are the examples cover a wide variety of people. We have one example, experiences of a Romanian Romni. We have an experience from a woman who is a Holocaust or a genocide survivor from the Nazi area. And we also told the story of a man who was murdered in Kosovo after being deported from Germany. And we had an example on the issue of reproductive justice for a Roma lady from former Yugoslavia. Now, I'm not going to tell everything that's in the report, but I can tell you to summarize, it's probably nothing that will shock or surprise anyone who's here today, what we found out. And in order to fulfill, okay, I'm going to have to abbreviate a bit, sorry. So we didn't really interpret much. It was really just a description of the situation of what it is, and we wanted to put down basically people's experiences, give expression to people's experiences. And I would like to just say that the cooperation was really good in this diverse team, but the results of the commission, which brought together all of this work, including our work and others, was very disappointing to us, because all of these studies that were contributed, really a lot of data flowed into that, a lot of information, a lot of work, but the measures which were suggested, the conclusions of the commission itself, for us was very disappointing. Thank you.
Ich würde gerne noch mal ein bisschen mehr von dir, Nisa, kurz hören, weil
Nisa, I'd like to bring you in again, because obviously you're working a lot on the issue of the right to stay, people with precarious residence status. So what does the Bundesroma-Verband, what are the Bundesroma-Verband's demands in this issue? We have been calling for a long time for a right to stay without condition, because everything which has been negotiated up till now has just been poor compromises, which not many people have been able to profit from. And in particular, the problem, this vicious circle of circular migration, of eternal migration, biographies of people of Roma who were born here and living for a few years in Kosovo and Serbia, and it's like lost in translation, because you're here and you're there for a while and you're kind of nowhere really, and then they manage to come back here for a while, but there's no kind of structure in their lives, because it's just like an eternal cycle of migration. So that's what we need to talk about when we talk about our people and their residence situation. Because the refugee story of the Roma, the story of Roma refugees, begins effectively with the wars in Yugoslavia. I myself came in 1993. Then a few years later was the Kosovo War in 1999. Then there was the visa liberalization, and that also led to migration movements, which caused a reaction from the politicians in Germany, who started saying basically, oh, they're all coming now, all the Roma are coming, we have to do something to stop this. And they wanted to do something on a European level, and they introduced the concept of so-called safe countries of origin. This list still exists today, and they're even trying to extend it to include more countries, not just the West Balkans countries. So if we look at the people, specifically, we have people who have been here for over 30 years and have no safe residence status. We have people who manage to avail of some kind of right of residence regulation which has been introduced, but they're also not entirely safe, because they also have to, from time to time, their residence permit is up for renewal. And even in 2007, when a certain right to residence act was introduced, it was pretty clear it wasn't really going to work. It wasn't going to work for a lot of people. It wasn't going to solve the problem as such. And the problem is that people came here as refugees, as asylum seekers, and because Germany says they have no legitimate reason to be here, they're not being persecuted and so on, they weren't supported. They weren't supported for a long time. They didn't get integration courses, language courses and so on, so they're here for years without getting any kind of support to find their way around in Germany. So I can tell a lot of things from my own experiences. In some cases, people come to me who only have a so-called fictional certificate, which probably most of you won't know what that is, but it's basically a certificate you get from the migration office in Germany when you have applied for for the extension of your residence permit, and this application is still pending. So, for example, that can happen if somebody has been working and then they lost their job for whatever reason. That obviously can have different reasons. But these people can be, these people, they fall down, people fall through the grate, so to speak. So when people in Germany talk about integration, they usually mean working. They mean integration into the labor market, but they ignore that in some cases there are legitimate reasons why people are not working, why people can't work, like if they have illness, if they have family, or if they didn't get the support. People didn't help them to find their way around in Germany, to support them to know how you apply for a job in Germany, how to learn the language as a prerequisite for finding a job. So you don't support these people in any way, and then you basically say, oh, it's your own fault because you're not working, you're lazy or something.
Zu leben. Also gibt es doch da auch besondere Sachen, die über das hinausgeht, was so der
So there's a lot more than what the German institutions often see, and this is a political vision, to look more on the realities of the people, the realities of their lives. So you have to look individually at the actual situations of the people. So that's a nice transition to my next question that I had. I just wanted to say briefly, this introduction of the so-called safe countries of origin was a very, very bitter blow. It was a huge step backwards, and it made me sick, to be honest. And a lot of my comrades, Kosovo is not a safe country of origin. What the hell is that supposed to be? It's complete nonsense.
Genau, danke.
Thank you, Nisa, for that. The political will was mentioned, and I see a lot of political will from the Roma self-organizations, and I'd like to bring Milan in on that. How is it going in Berlin as regards participation? How is your work going with the Roma Info organization?
Gilavas samari himna bistardante gilavas ja djelim te utas ušten aber savore ti gilaven savore okay niđane ajde
Thank you very much.
Danke, dass du den Ton gesetzt hast.
Okay.
Genau. Wir hören gern. Das hat funktioniert, auf jeden Fall.
Mrno papo kelada šukar violina i džana glava. Okay.
I do not know how to sing well.
Unsere Arbeit. Ja, also was habe ich verstanden
So,
in diese
yeah,
ganzen
about our
Jahre
work. What did I learn in all
in
of these
politische
years
Aktivitäten?
in political
Wir
activism?
sind für nichts gefragt.
We're never asked.
Alle politische Entscheidungen,
All political decisions
die würden getroffen in
are
Deutschland
made
oder ganz Europa,
in Germany or in
wird
all of
ohne
Europe
Roma entschieden. Das
are
merkt man
made
jetzt an der
without Roma.
Deklaration, die seit 20 Jahren läuft. Hat sich was bewegt? Nein.
Has
Alle
anything
entscheidenden Punkte
happened
sind
in the
kein
last
Roma
20 years?
einbezogen
No.
zu
In all
entscheiden.
decisive
Wir
points,
leiden weiter unter
the Roma were not
extreme,
involved, were not asked, and we continue to suffer under these systems in the health area. We are suffering from extreme problem with unemployment. We are suffering from extreme problems in the area of housing.
Wir haben 22% chronische erkrankte Roma.
We have
Wenn wir sagen,
22% of Roma with chronic illnesses.
12 Millionen Roma in Europa, da sind 4 Millionen.
So if you say there's 12 million Roma in Europe, and that's about 4 million people with chronic illnesses.
Roma Aktionsplan.
There's a Roma action plan, for example, was created without involving or asking us.
2000, Moment, hier, Isidora, hilf mir, 13, 14, ja?
I think it was 13, 14 years ago, if I remember correctly.
Was wollten wir?
We weren't asked, what do you want?
Welche Themen sind wichtig für
They weren't asked which subject, which topics are important for such an integration plan. The only thing that happened is that once it was finished, when the report was finished, we were invited to have a look at it and to say what we thought of it. And it cost like €1 million for 1 year to set up this plan. And I think it's important to use these figures, because some people are skeptical because they think that the Roma are getting loads of money. And we went to protest in to the government of Berlin. And we managed that 2 Roma organizations were given €35,000 between them to share, and you contrast that with 1.8 million euros for white people to make a report on the situation of Roma without involving Roma organizations. Compare that to 35,000 shared between 2 Roma organizations, and just think, how limited what we can do. In 2013, we had a very important political change, where we as a Romano Alliance when we said, let's protest. Unfortunately, for political reasons or something else, I don't know. I think that it's almost like there's some powerful people who don't want us Roma to come together. Because when people come together, you can achieve change, and it's almost like someone wants to prevent that.
Für Roma und Sinti, weil wir haben keine andere Institution, wir haben keine Kirche, wir haben keine
So we don't have institutions of our own. We don't have a church. We don't have a parliament of our own or anything like that. And the memorial here, the memorial for the murdered Sinti and Roma, is a very important symbolic place for us, as a place to come together.
Die man rüberbringt.
Dankeschön, Milan. Sami,
Thank you, Milan.
Ich möchte auch gerne von dir nochmal hören. Wir haben jetzt bei Milan auch schon viel gehört über
And I'd like to
den
ask
Status
Sami now,
von Roma
because
Organisationen
we heard a bit
und,
about the status of Roma organizations, and I think you also have a bit to say. You're in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, which is a state in the west of Germany, and what's your experience there? Thank you for the question. Okay, that was in Romanes. I am happy that we are all here today, that we found the way together. today, because that gives me strength, because we are many here, to see so many people here together. And I, as an activist, need a little boost of energy, a boost of strength for my work, because we're so often confronted with problems every day. And for that reason, it's good to come together with colleagues, and thank you to the organizers who made all of this possible. We all kind of had this plan, this idea, wouldn't it be great to have a Roma Congress? But these people here, they made it happen, and thank you for that. And this strength is immensely important, because we are confronted by problems every day. And by the way, strength, empowerment, is more important, in my opinion, than just pointing at problems, because we have to act from a position of strength, with this strength that we carry inside of us. The first Roma organization in Germany was founded 45 years ago in Düsseldorf, which was even before the German state officially recognized the genocide of the Sinti and Roma in Germany as a racist-motivated genocide. That was 1978, the founding of this Roma organization in Düsseldorf. It was even before the 1981 Congress in Göttingen. Now, I think that's important to know that. I'm a bit older, that's why I can remember these things. But the young people need to know this. And this led to, by the way, I was reading in a brochure earlier the interview with Graton Puxen, saying that there was a lot of Sinti. There was a bus full of Roma and several cars from Düsseldorf going to this Congress in Göttingen. There was a traditional entertainment group from Macedonia who took part in this Congress. Now, the question that I'm asking myself is, what did this achieve for the Roma organizations in 1981 in Göttingen? And then afterwards, what did we as Roma organizations have done since then? So now we have two main organizations in Germany of the Sinti and Roma, the German Sinti and Roma, which is great that they have their organizations, but where are we? Where are our organizations? And I think we need to work on that. Not just the so-called native minority in Germany, the German Sinti and Roma, but also we as immigrant Roma have to organize. And so I'd like to thank Isidora for that report that you did for the Independent Commission. And you said, and you're absolutely right to say so, it's not actually being put into practice what the Commission recommended. And Lisa, you made a good point that you said there are so many good examples of integration in Germany over many years. And why is this not respected? I'm the child of the so-called Gastarbeiter in Germany. And what my demand from the politicians in Germany, from the European politicians, is to have an eye on us, to look at us, look at what we have achieved here in Germany, what we have contributed, not just in Germany, in all countries in Europe. We contributed and we made a valuable contribution everywhere, and that's something we have to present. And to be honest, I'm a bit fed up with always having to justify myself, to explain myself. Why? Why should I have to? What should I have to explain myself for? I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't harmed anyone. And my community has not done anything wrong. My community has not harmed anybody else. And that's why I demand here at this Congress change of the times. And I don't mean the change of times that the German Chancellor said when he said we're going to spend 100 million euros on weapons. No, our weapons are our words, our weapons are our pens. Yeah, if you want a change in the times for Roma in Europe, then you take the money in your hand, and you put it into the hands of the and make that there are no poor mahallas for Romas, that there are no poor infrastructure for Roma, particularly in Eastern Europe. And by the way, these are the kind of things that we had in 1980 and 1981. Up until that, the German Sinti and Roma in the early 80s were actually living in similar conditions to what we might see in the Balkans today. The German Sinti and Roma, whereas Yugoslavian Gastarbeiters were living in normal apartments at the time. But I think I don't want to go on too on. I think I've said it quite a lot already. But just one more point. Thank you and appreciation for all of these wonderful colleagues here on the stage, and also the people here, everyone who's attending here, and also to all the people who are watching online. I know we need a lot of strength for what we're doing, and thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. That's a good transition to the next point, because we wanted to talk about strategies. You did mention a bit about the question of strategies to confront racism in Germany. Maybe just to explain, give a bit of context for the participants. There are basically 5 groups of Roma Sinti in Germany. We have the native German Sinti and Roma who are citizens. We have the immigrants from the former Yugoslavia, the so-called Gastarbeiter. Now, I myself, for example, was fortunate enough to get a German citizenship at some point. So this is different from one person to another. It's kind of a bit like divide and conquer. And then we have the Roma from European Union countries like Romania and Bulgaria who are subject to European law, their resident status, who have basically in principle do have the right to be here, obviously attached with some difficulties, but they, having the right to come here to work, have access to social benefits, at least in principle, even if there are problems in practice. And then we have the refugee Roma from outside the European Union, and their problem is that they are very quickly driven underground, driven into illegality in Germany because they do not really have much chance of getting a legal resident status. And then we have the Ukrainian Roma, who are also a different group legally, who have a different legal status, because there's a special status for refugees in Roma. So that's, in my opinion, I think this is like the main overview of the different categories. If I've forgotten anyone, please remind me. And yeah, so sorry, I kind of interrupted my own flow there with that little interlude. So it's good that we have so many different perspectives here represented on the stage, and I would like to bring in Anita about her work as an advisor. What do you do when you hear about discrimination which your clients have experienced? What do you do to help them to reduce the discrimination that they experience? You mentioned the lawsuit which is being prepared. Maybe you could give some more examples. Yeah, I can give you an example about myself being discriminated by the police. I was on a break with my youth group, and there was a group of Roma girls, and the police came to us, and they wanted to bring the girls to the police station because they didn't have their ID cards with them. And I explained to them that we were just on a break, and that they had their ID cards were in our office. We had just stepped out for a quick break. But the 2 police officers thought that I was lying, and they called more police. And then more police arrived. In 5 minutes, I was in handcuffs, and I had a knee in my back because I allegedly had lied. And because I asked the police, why are you calling more police? That's all I did. All we were doing was just stepping out for a quick break, and then this kind of thing Hans just wanted to go back in then in a few minutes because the girls were continuing their course, and then there's this huge police operation that gets launched. And I said, I have rights here, and the policeman said to me, if you want to have rights, go back to your own country. And then my German colleague heard the commotion, and she came to join us, and she intervened and explained to the police officer. And she basically said the same thing that I said. She explained, just like I had explained, and then everything was okay. But I was still there in handcuffs. And the police officer said to my colleague that I was dangerous and they wanted to keep the handcuffs off me. But then my colleague went and got the ID cards and showed them to the police. And then everything was okay, but it took 10 minutes before they took the handcuffs off me because allegedly I was so dangerous. So for me, it's normal that if I go to a market or something, that if I go to a supermarket, I'm being shadowed by a security man all the time. So you're working with Roma and you're experiencing the same type of racism in everyday life as they do. Yeah. I have been working for 2 months now in this advice area, and like in social advice center, and we are the only institution in our district which is specialized on advising Roma. And in the last year, we had 3,000 advice interviews, 900 with 900 clients.
In Wohnheim oder Hotels.
And people are living in these collective accommodation facilities for refugees, for example, and they don't have their own kitchens. And this is something where only foreigners, so to speak, are living. And when you look at foreigners in Germany, the Roma are basically at the bottom of the hierarchy, at the bottom of who's most important or respected. And if we are talking to the authorities, if we talk to them about these problems, they're basically saying, oh yeah, we know what these people are like. And the other foreigners are viewed as being more trustworthy than the Roma by the state authorities. So we have to really fight very strongly to fight back against this racism. You know, we have like videos and pictures and things to prove what's going on because people just don't believe us. So this is something which can be, which can be a distraction from political work. Do you think maybe you could just briefly say something about that? Because we're in a bit of time trouble, unfortunately, and we want to try and stay a bit within our time frame. And I would like to ask the other people to say something briefly about their own strategies. You're all active in self-organizations, and for example, we, Romani Pen, we have a feminist organization of Sinti and Roma. Why? Yeah, I just first like to say something about this distraction issue, discrimination as a distraction from political work. And it was remarkable that we had a lot of young people who had the so-called toleration for vocational training, which was allowed in something which was very much praised in Germany. That people were allowed to stay if they're learning a trade. But the problem is that young people were not learning the jobs that they wanted to do, that they were interested in, or young people who wanted to study, who wanted to go to university, but they were more or less forced to learn a trade, to learn some kind of job, any kind of job, whatever was available, even if it wasn't corresponding to their interests or talents, just to be allowed to stay in Germany. And we had, for example, a brother and sister who were very politically active, and they wanted to go to a memorial event at Auschwitz. But they couldn't because of this. They weren't allowed to travel by the migrant office, the Foreigners Authority. Didn't allow them to make this journey, and they couldn't go to Brussels even though they were invited because they had this Duldung status, which you're not allowed to leave Germany without special permission. So, to come back to us and our work, we are a Roma and Sinti organization and a feminist organization. On the one hand, I agree with Sami that we have a lot of different experiences and different treatments after 1945. We had the Sinti who were living in segregated areas and basically a kind of a second persecution experienced by the German Sinti after 45. And there was a lot of continuity, the same Nazis in positions of power in the state in Germany after the Second World War, and people, our people who were sick, who were traumatized, they suffered, they and their families suffered for many, many years after 1945. And then we had the situation of the Roma who came as migrants later, as labor migrants, so to speak, Gastarbeiter, and then the people who came as refugees later. And they had problems like the right to stay, the precarious residence status, difficulties in obtaining German citizenship, and not being recognized as an official minority, because the so-called native Sinti and Roma are recognized as a minority, but we as migrant Roma are not. So, what I wanted to say, these differences that there are have created a certain kind of distance within our community, and there's a different distribution of resources and positions, and there's an imbalance because people looking from outside at us don't see these differences. And this is the goal of us as our sisters, our Roma Sinti sisters in our organization, is to work together on the issues that affect us and to point out that there is still social inequality. We're not a cultural organization, we're a political organization, and we pursue our interests. We do political education, we do empowerment for girls, and it's very important for us to work on these issues together as Roma and Sinti, and to stand up to these challenges together. And I can't say any more, okay. Thank you very much. And now Nisa. Well, about 1 year ago, we had this problem with accommodation for, we did an event regarding the accommodation problem for Roma from Ukraine. And we had Mr. Daimlergüller, who is the representative of the German government, the commissioner for anti-Gypsyism, and he took part in this meeting. And we discussed the problem of accommodation, the problems that arise when Ukrainian Roma had to be accommodated. And we mentioned this kind of a pyramid of racism, of different steps of racism, different levels, different hierarchies. And you had issues like, for example, a large family, a large Roma family from Ukraine arrives in Germany, and they don't want to be separated. They want to stay together. This is really important for them. And German authorities don't understand this, and they present the people as a problem. So we have been doing this political work like literally for years, and we've been observing things very, very closely. And for me personally, you know, my job, my profession is a current fight with, is a constant fight with racism, which people have experienced, with people being treated badly. and the laws, these laws which were allegedly to help people attain legal residence, and didn't really help much for many people. And that's things that we have to deal with. We heard education. There's a huge measure of racism in schools. And these are the children who are being sent to schools for mentally handicapped children and these kind of things going on. Milan,
sag doch noch gern mal was zu euren Strategien.
would you like to tell us a bit more about your strategies? You did mention a bit before. Yeah, strategy. Strategy is a big complex. You need a long-term strategy. And Berlin is known for that there's a lot of political changes, and maybe it's good that we work together despite all the problems that we had. And we're like a family, and you have arguments in a family as well. But you know, sometimes people are a bit sensitive when they argue. They go apart, and they don't want to talk to each other. But we need to learn to argue in a constructive way and still continue to work together, even if we have different opinions. And I know how difficult this is. But we've had, in the last 10 years, the so-called Roma decade, you know, has driven people apart more than it's brought them together. And we see how difficult it is to bring people together. It's like everyone wants to be a president. They want some kind of an office. But they don't want to say, what are our goals for the next 5 years, you know? So I want to say at this conference, I would like to go out of here with a clear idea about where do we want to be in 5 years? What do we want to achieve in the next 5 years? So, you know, I think we've had too many kind of meetings and everything. But, you know, my grandfather, he fought in the Second World War. My father was very politically active. I'm politically active. My son is studying politics. We're fourth-generation political activists. And we really need to take ourselves seriously and work together. You know, all this, you know, the money that we get from somewhere, that's not the aim. You know, that's not the thing that's important. And one more thing I wanted to mention, that there is a little Roma council in Berlin, and you know, I think it's the only one in Europe, except for maybe the one in Serbia, the Romski Savez. But how did it come about? We talked to different politicians from the SPD, the Social Democrats, from the Left Party, from the Green Party, and we built a relationship. We spent 10 years building a relationship with these politicians, and it took like 6 years for us to install this Roma Advisory Council, and we saw how difficult it is to achieve even something modest as that by working together for like 10 years and talking to the politicians. And, you know, everyone can do something in their own organization. They can do a project or whatever, and everyone needs to, you know, they earn their living. But we need to come together and achieve a consensus on what are our aims. What do we want to achieve? Sami, please tell us more about your strategies. After the restructuring in 2015 of Carmen, our organization, I think we are the oldest existing Roma organization in Germany, a registered organization. We were founded in 1991. My father, Yashir Ismail, organized the first Roma group in Düsseldorf. in 1978. Now, since 2015, we're pursuing two goals in general. First of all, reaching our own communities, empowering our own communities, opening people's eyes and bringing people along with us. Secondly, society as a whole, educating society about us, telling them, showing them the truth about us, and inviting the politicians, discussing, talking to politicians. For example, just by saying, talk to us. Don't talk about us, talk to us. So we have like events for the 8th of April where we invite people, and it works. The politicians come, members of the federal parliament, members of the state parliament, people from the ministries, they come and they talk to us, they come to our events. And when we create a space for the community, people from the community come. 250, 300 people come together sometimes. When you offer this space, people do come. And you have things like memorial events for the people who were murdered. You have protests. We protested against the murder of Stanislav Tomasz by the police. We went on the streets. We created visibility. Last year, we did 10 events on Roma culture in 9 days. We do sports with kids, we play basketball, we have boxing. All these things we're organizing and doing with our people. So a colleague said today, what's the most urgent problem? You know, well, what problem is not urgent? What topic is not urgent? So that's why we're doing so much stuff together in parallel. We're working with young people, we're working with women, we're working with empowerment, and we're working to increase visibility and more power for our people.
Dankeschön. Es war mir ein Vergnügen, mit
So
euch
it was a great pleasure to speak with all of you, and I would like, I had a last question, which I don't think I have, I won't have time for now, unfortunately, but I heard a lot of political visions. I heard about unity, despite differences. I heard about the hard way, the tough way which we are going together. I heard about, concentrating on what is important, concentrating on what we want rather than what anyone from outside thinks we want or we need. And we also this thing about racism viewed from us, not from the outside. So in this sense, Opera Roma, and I'd like to conclude on that, and thank you very much to everyone.
Is it hearing? First of all, I would like to thank to all the distinguished panelists who provided us with valuable insights on their work that they do and on the situation of Roma here in Germany. I would also like to thank to my colleague Heidi, who moderated the wonderful panel. Now, I have now the honor to invite Mr. Riccardo Sahiti and Mr. Roger Moreno to a short discussion moderated by Allegra Schneider. Afterwards, we will have a short break of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Wir sprechen Deutsch? Ja. Ich fange erst mal an. Vielleicht können wir ja gleich noch 2 Minuten von der Arbeit von den beiden sehen. Neben mir sitzt Riccardo M. Sahiti und Roger Moreno-Rathgeb. Riccardo M. Ja? Ich stelle euch ganz kurz vor. Oder Sie. Okay, ich fange mit einer kleinen Vorstellung an.
So I'll just start with a brief introduction. Riccardo Sahiti was born in Kosovska Mitrovica, where he started studying music. He continued studying in Pristina, and then he learned to be a conductor at the faculty in Belgrade. He also studied pedagogy in order to be a music teacher. In 2001, he founded the Roma Sinti Philharmonic Orchestra in Frankfurt, and he is their conductor up to the present day. His aim is to emphasize the influence of Roma music on European music as a whole, and he was rewarded. He was awarded the Cross of Merit of the Federal Republic of Germany for his efforts in this area. Roger Moreno-Rathgeb was 15 years old in 1971 when he began his musical career as a guitarist in different bands. He played many different styles of music. He appeared on television, he appeared at festivals, and one of his most famous compositions is the Requiem for Auschwitz. And I'm very happy to be here having this conversation with both of you. And my first question is, what are the aims and the way of working, the modus operandi of the Roma Sinti Philharmonic Orchestra, particularly with the view of artistic expression and social mission? Yeah, this is very important that Roma, for hundreds of years, had their tradition, their Roma tradition of music, which became music for all of us, for everyone. Beethoven was inspired by Roma music. Johannes Brahms, he did Hungarian dances, he composed Hungarian dances. Franz Liszt, he did Hungarian Rhapsody. Georges Bizet, Johann Strauss, Rachmaninoff, Opera Lecco. Roma Capriccioso music. And this music is played on the stages across the world. Roma music in the work of the great composers. They were all influenced. They understood the power of the music bringing us together and the high art that was achieved. And our orchestra wants to go this way, we want to walk this path, and that's our mission, documenting the musical heritage of the Roma. What did Brahms, Beethoven, Haydn, Tchaikovsky, and all other composers, what inspiration did they get from Roma? And later, the people across the whole world were given music, a musical treasure from us, and that's our mission, to emphasize that. Yeah, I think what also has to be said is that music is a powerful language. I personally always say music is the only legitimate world language, which everyone in the world understands. And you can achieve a lot with music. At least that's my experience. So I saw that with the Requiem for Auschwitz. And I did that consciously. I made a conscious decision. Classical music, composing classical music, even though it wasn't really, my main, it's not something I learned. I didn't study classical music, but I still made a conscious decision to compose a piece of classical music because I had seen having a lot of experience with jazz music, with folk music, and I met friendly people everywhere. I met people who were touched by our music, and people who wanted to help us. They wanted to help us with social problems and so on, because music brings people together. But then I saw, if you come with classical music, you reach the important people. The important people, the right people, you reach them with classical music. And that was one of the main reasons why I started composing classical music. And the result of Requiem for Auschwitz, well, it says everything really, doesn't it? So yeah, this picture here. We were there. Can you imagine? In Krakow. We played in Auschwitz-Birkenau. This is the picture, the forgotten music, the musical remembrance, the reconciliation through music, that the world becomes a better place when we live together in peace. And that is the message of this music. My next question is current and planned projects that you had. Well, what do you have lined up for the future? Yeah, of course. We have the proof that the Roman musicians in all of the European Union are very well educated. They've got diplomas. But they also have a place where they can play in Vienna, in Leipzig, in Dresden, Bucharest, in the different orchestras. Can you imagine? A concert master in the Vienna Philharmonics was a Rome. with Herbert from Karajan. Can you imagine that? The greatest German composer, Herbert from Karajan. And who was his concertmaster in Vienna? He was a Rome. So the Roma are not just talented, but they have experience. They play music and they bring this message from hundreds of years. And I ask you, can you imagine? This was 1418 when the Roma from Greece, in 1418, 600 years ago, they came to Frankfurt, to the heart of Germany, to the so-called Rome Square, the Roman Square, and they played music. And 600 years later, the Roma Philharmonic came with 80 musicians, and we played a 2-hour concert for 4,000 people outside on the main square in Frankfurt. Can you imagine that? This is our power, our strength, our music. The music is strength. So what are our aims? I'm going with Roger to Belgrade. The Serbian government wanted to perform, to have a performance of Requiem for Auschwitz in Belgrade. So we're going there to do that. We're going to Israel. We're going to the Vatican. But we need financial support. A hotel in Israel, the concert and everything, all of these things, obviously, they cost money. Roma do not have these possibilities. So we can give something with our music, but we need support. We need financial support. Now we have this journey to Israel, which is a political journey. It's got the aspect of memorial, political component, as well as the musical, artistic. So Riccardo Mohammed fought a long time to make this journey happen. So it was a bit difficult because there are people in Israel who didn't want to share the Holocaust, so to speak, with the Roma, because there are people who like to think, there are some people in the Jewish community who would like to present themselves as the only Holocaust victims, but we had the same persecution, we had the same fate. And when you join together, you can have like a fist which is stronger when the fingers come together. And music can help you to achieve that. Is there like a kind of a stylistic categorization for Roma music? Yeah, the thing is, Roma are not just. The issue is not just that Roma are professional musicians on the stage, in an orchestra. We have soloists, we have composers. And what else? What is important? We have a musical scale. There is a Roma musical scale, which is the basis of composing music. Roma invented it. The Roma, their own musical scale. It's a difference of a semitone. And the Roma discovered the forma rondo. What is rondo? The theme and something else. And then the theme slightly modified, and then back to something else, and then back to the main theme. 3 times repeated, and then back again. This is a form of music which was discovered by Roma. Truola, rhythm, with music with a fast rhythm. And the Roma discovered that when the Czardash is played first slowly and then quickly, this was something which the Roma discovered. And this is not me saying this. This is something music professors like Professor Ackermann, Professor Baumann, and Hemetek, all of these music professors in Frankfurt and Vienna and Bayreuth, who have discovered these things and have emphasized the influence of Roma on music. And I think what also needs to be said is that professional musicians in Riccardo's orchestra
Ich glaube, man kann einen gewissen
And
Stil
I think there is a certain,
dem Orchester
you can't say there's a certain style for the orchestra. You know, it's more a question of what kind of musical styles does the orchestra perform. You know, basically the orchestra can play, they can play Baroque music, they can play Romantic music, they can play contemporary music. Yeah, and we can improvise. Yeah, of course, yeah, we can improvise as well. Yeah, you can do a double concert of Bach playing the first voice, and then in the second one, suddenly you start improvising. At the same time, playing Johann Sebastian Bach and jazz as a like freestyle improvised mixture. Yeah, it's genius. With a view to the time, we'll come to the final question. Next year, you will be celebrating, oh no, sorry, we will be commemorating the 25 years of the expulsion of Roma from Kosovo. Do you have any plans to do anything to mark this anniversary? Yes, Mr. Sahiti is has given the mission to commemorate this pogrom, to create a piece of music, something like a Requiem for Auschwitz. And I've been working on this for a bit more than a half a year now, and I'm still working on it, and I'll do my best to have it finished by next year for the 25th anniversary. And it should be a complete curatorium for a large orchestra with a mixed choir, 4 soloists. But yeah, I know it's not supposed to be like a prosecution statement. It's supposed to be just a statement. And I don't want to point the finger at anyone, to accuse anyone, because you're walking on thin ice if you start accusing people, and that's not what it's about. It's still very controversial to the current day, but I will do my very best to do it justice. And this is the main project that I'm concerning myself with at the moment. So it'd be wonderful if we could know if there's going to be a big conference next year, tells the whole world what happened. And the Roma Philharmonic need your support. There are 12 million Roma. The German people has the Berlin Philharmonic. The Americans have the New York Philharmonic. But the Roma community has the Roma and Sinti Philharmonicers, and that's why we need your support. Thank you. Yeah, we have CDs here if anyone's interested. You can get one of our CDs. Listen to our music. Okay.
have your attention, please? Să nu dau cu microfonul cotijale. So, is the set working? Thank you for having your attention. So thank you for having your attention. I am glad to see all of you back here. I hope that you enjoyed the small coffee break that all of us had. Yeah, it's okay. No, I thought maybe you translation. I would kindly ask each of you if it's possible to be seated, first of all. I thank to you, it's very kind of you. And as I already said, I hope that you enjoyed the small coffee break, and I am glad that we are together again in this room. We will have now short speeches from distinguished speakers from different organizations. It is my honor to first introduce Mr. Imer Kataisky. He was Kaitazi, thank you. He was born in Kosovo and lives in Belgium. He's a certified psychologist and worked in the Center for Diversity and as a translator in government institutions. He founded several organizations, including the Roma Cultural Center in Belgium, the National Roma Council within the federal government in Belgium, and the Roma European Union, GENIPE, of which is currently the president. Mr. Kaitazi, the floor is yours.
Bismillah, assalamu alaikum.
Good day, everyone. I will be speaking in Romanes. Before I start my presentation, I have a small presentation about our Romani Union. Today, on behalf of Romani Union, there are many individuals present there from the Balkans as well as throughout Europe that are included or part of our organizations. I greet them on this occasion. I greet all of the participants here today. We as Romani European Union, YEKIPE, meaning unity, REU YEKIPE. In my presentation, further on will be REU YEKIPE. I thank you for being part of this Kosovo coalition that helped in the organization of this World Roma Congress. I'd like to thank you in the name of all of our distinguished participants. I would like to thank Mr. Kenan Emini for organizing all of this. Mr. Kenan Emini. It took a lot of efforts as well as time to organize this. Because this, remember this, Roma World Congress, a positive thing. I need to tell you. Now my presentation will start. This is myself. This is me. I took a picture, you see me, my tie, my suit. I was outside during the break. Please do focus on the Romani woman. She was begging Romani Congress, ongoing Romani Congress in this very building. And in front of this very building, a Romani woman from Romania begging. Focus. Take your task to contemplate on this image. What is my goal with today's presentation? Unique solution for unique problems. Why I came up with this unique solution? Because there's a need. We must have a unique solution for unique problems. We are Roma. We have unique problems. Only unique problems. Because of unique solutions, you need a unique problem. many organizations, many institutions, EU institutions, state institutions, they have their solution, they have their groups. All that is positive. I'm not a pessimist. I won't say anything bad. I'm an optimist by nature. But they do not find the adequate solution. What now it will be? Imer Kajtazi is like Nikola Tesla. He came up with electricity. He found out that he found electricity. The current way for fighting this discrimination, what is the ongoing case of anti-discrimination? What is trendy? The national strategy for integration of the Roma. Can we all agree that there is no effect of it, or there's a very small effect? A big effect it doesn't have, for certain. The action plan. Corruption. The European Commission, they make a 5 or 10-year plan, and they give finances. They pay finances, they send it to the governments. Now the governments are sending the funds, and the government organizations are given the money just to launder the money. The Commission is not their fault. So it's not the Commission's fault. Why is not their fault? You will see now. Because they are excluding the Roma in their action plans. They do not have the confidentiality in the Roma. They do not have the confidentiality. They're talking about to bring the Roma inclusion within the Roma. Why do they have this? They state, we have employees, Roma in our institutions, organizations, and everything is all fine. But the Roma are employed only for their salary. They order them, go to this family, go to this street, go to this neighborhood, the Mahala, and they just create report and state, yeah, we as Gaje or non-Roma have Roma that are working for us, just to cover what they took. This critic, maybe we are wrong, the Roma, maybe we have a problem. Why they have this sentiment toward us? The Romani problematics has two definitions. What is Roma problematics? The Roma have a problem, or the Roma are the problem? The funds go into wrong hands. We need monitoring for this. Who will do this monitoring? Who will do this observation, quote unquote? Where are the money? As they state, the money needs to go to the right place. They need to be sent so that they can have actual activities. Everything is fine. Philharmonic, the World Roma Congress, local problems. Everything is all right. That is something Romani, but we need to work, and it was enough. We are all tired, very tired. It was enough. We need to rise. We, the Roma, need to rise, and not only to work as Roma, but to work as Gajen, non-Roma. We need, this is one of the symptoms where we can get the confidence back of the institutions. The institutions themselves are seeking this. And other things, because I have a big presentation, not to take much of your time. I will go with my next slide. The discrimination towards the Roma is unique. It's unique. And later on you will see why it's unique by itself. So we need to have a unique solution. The Roma are the biggest ethnic minority and are still victims of racism and discrimination. Here, just look at the upper part. And the Roma are not feeling that. Many Roma do not know, and they do not feel the discrimination. They do not feel the discrimination. Why? They either have a good life, or they're not hearing when someone will insult them with gypsy, you have this, you do not have, you're special. They're not interested in that. They have a good life, and they're not bothered with it. But we need to work on that. You will see it further on. So information from the European Commission do not paint a good picture of the perception of the Roma. But why is that? They do not have the confidence with the Roma, with the Roma organizations. We can have our ties, put on our ties. Imer Kajtazi is the president, can get many likes on social media. Why not?
Ali džabe kada ne poverenje ke
But
institucije.
it means nothing when we don't have the confidence of the
idemo dalje.
institutions. Moving further on,
Kad je interesantno.
this is
Sar
the interesting part.
Evropljansora.
How do Europeans
Evropljansora, sar dičene Romen.
perceive us or see the Roma?
Ajde. Biš to 100%, kao si prema istraživanje kada je Romania Evropska unija.
This is a questionnaire
Biš
made
to 100%
from the
na mangenate ovo
EU Regimen. 28% they do not want to have a Roma politician leader. They do not have the trust or the confidence in him. 70%
Rom sar kolega.
70% of them do not want to have a Roma as a colleague. They do not want to say, they cannot say, I don't want to have a Roma as my colleague, but they find a solution or a way how to choose to have their Roma as a colleague in whatever institution that is. Or they will say to the Roma, you will be, or I will say, you are good Roma, you will get the highest position, just to get him away from the person who, so the Roma won't make progress. And 30% wouldn't want to have a son-in-law or a daughter-in-law Roma. I know that there are many mixed marriages. In our families, we have situations where Roma took a husband or a wife, a spouse that is not Roma. 30% do not want that. They do not want to have a Roma son-in-law or a daughter-in-law, especially the Rom, which is associated. If he's a Roma, the association is gypsy, criminal, thief, again criminal, and so on. So all negative features. This is the translation into English. Next slide, please. Other organizations that exist. Just focus on the next point. Organization for protection of lives. Animals for protection of animals. In Serbia, the man was whipping the horse, and a group of persons that came and said, we are protecting the animals, we will kill you all. Another group, that very same day, they put the dogs in the pit to fight and to place bets on that.
Znači, životinjenje organizacija, ok, naj problem. Organizacija za
Organizations for protection for LGBTQ. That's right. There are many organizations that type of organization exist. That is normal.
Mora ta uloga kanči.
And there should be something like that. Organization for human rights. Such organization exists.
Kanavo.
When the organization for Romani rights comes, then it is funny. That does not exist. Such thing does not exist. It is funny. The Roma will say. They will say to the Roma, yeah, we need to have this type of organization for the protection of rights. Okay, we move further on. We have information. In Serbia, 2% of the population. Here it states how many persons are in Serbia, in Bosnia, Albania, Montenegro, Bulgaria, Kosovo, Romania, Croatia. So we have information for Romani discrimination. Discrimination towards the Roma. And in what specific area this discrimination is. We move further on. Now this is the interesting short-term and permanent discrimination. Example for short discrimination. So a brief example, which is not long in duration. Discrimination in tourism. For example, a tourist from Poland comes to Germany and the waiters do not want to serve him because he's Polish. So that is discrimination. And then police arrives, media, organizations for human rights, in that case, firefighters as well as the whole team of Mark Zuckerberg arrives. At the end, the tourist goes back home. Let's see now the permanent discrimination that arises. So, when we have Roma in question, the police take sides of the discriminator. The media cover the negative image and they talk about the weather prognosis, whether it will rain or not. Organizations for human rights doesn't work on weekends. Mark Zuckerberg took a vacation. Further on, this is one of the examples that happened. I need additional minutes for my presentation, Canon. Thank you. I'm not insulting anyone, but what I've noticed so far, the Roma are the most hidden and disgusting people I know in the history of modern times. They have the most disgusting language and behavior. Even when you don't touch them, they attack and insult you. This is my personal opinion. Yeah, this is his opinion. Let's see who he supports. Now, Janet, Heaven's Drink, that's the name of the user. I need to say that we have discrimination in religion. Discrimination in religion exists. And you have the translation on the side. For those that are speaking Bosnian, you can look at the quote. There's this day called International Day Against Racial Discrimination. This should be changed to International Day Against Roma Discrimination. Because if this day exists, they will celebrate. Why not to have a day against Roma discrimination? And now what? Now, I mentioned this very small example. Now, enough is enough. We are tired already. What do we need to do? Next slide, please. Creation of an organization that will fight against discrimination. On this Congress, I came to tell you to have this organization, a world organization that will fight discrimination against the Roma. Anti-discrimination Roma office. This must exist. The foundations of the organization will be such: identification of the problems, determine the mission, gather a team, build a network, organize a campaign, policy advocacy, monitoring and evaluation, and SOS team, anti-discrimination SOS team. This in every country, because the Roma are afraid to go to the police, and so this team will have Roma employed who will go and complain. You can call. We are here until the 18th. Who wants to take place, you can contact us via email or the following phone number. Thank you very much for your attention.
Najsi sarastuka but šukaranda ki prezentacija. But lo šaraska je tu sar eksperto lanki vreme a te amengi te penes. Sabe recomanderi sar tu mislines ke amen šaja mare romenca ke tanete ke razbuti. Dear everybody, I would like to kindly ask you if we can keep the next speeches within maximum 5 minutes, because I would like to respect each of you and your time being here. I know that some of you are tired because you traveled, and then as a sign of respect for you, I would like the speeches to be maximum 5 minutes. We go to the second panel, and when the program is finished, we can stay and individually speak more. Now I have the pleasure to invite on the stage Hamid Abdo. He was born in Kosovo and has lived in Germany since 1992. He has been a Roma activist since 2001. He is the chairman of Local Educh e.V. and has worked on various projects in Essen. Among other things, he's active in the field of intercultural accompaniment of Roma youth. The floor is yours, please.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of the last years, of the decades since the first Roma Congress in London, is that we did not achieve the goals that were set, but we know that. But will that stay that way? What will we leave for our youth? That depends on us. Today's day is decisive for our future way, and particularly at this time, we have to win we have to catch the ears and the hearts of the people here. We have to open people's eyes to preserve our beautiful culture and to avoid becoming completely assimilated in Europe within 10 or 15 years. If we look at our young people, fewer and fewer are speaking Romanes. Often people speak the language of the country where they were born, at home and on the street. So first of all, we must concentrate on the language. Since the 80s or 90s, many Roma have dealt with their language, have spent time with the language, for example, in schools. And I appeal to you that those who are involved with our language to network together, join together, and decide variant dialects which should be taught in the schools. European Union gives us the opportunity to do that and will even promote our language. And I say that from my experience that I have in the last 10 or 15 years in Germany, in the city of Essen. My second point, my appeal to you, please make an effort to secure health access for Roma. The right to have health insurance in the European Union is a human right. Many Roma who come to us do not know that they will not be treated unless they have health insurance. Unfortunately, the bureaucracy makes high hurdles. And in our work, we managed to help many people who didn't have health insurance. But this is not something which is sustainable financially to keep on doing that for us. The local authorities, the cities have their rules, which we respect. But there are people in the cities, in the public administrations, who think differently. And my impression is that our organizations are sometimes exploited. That's the experience which I made, unfortunately. And I think that similar experiences were made in different cities. I was a volunteer in the city of Essen for more than 5 years. And as long as I was a volunteer, everything was okay. But as soon as I founded an organization and asked for support, everything changed suddenly. Is this institutional discrimination? I haven't found an answer up until this day. Dear friends, let's not be discouraged by anything. What I did find out is that some of the people who were putting obstacles in my path were Roma or Sinti. Maybe they have some kind of personal problem. I can't understand it, because I can't imagine that in a democratic country there is institutional discrimination against us Roma. Regarding medical treatment, unfortunately, there is nothing in all of Kosovo. The medical care there is a total catastrophe for everyone, but particularly for the Roma, it's even worse. The international organizations who have been working in Kosovo since 2007 did not have a single Roma working for them until 2021, then we got in contact with them and managed to make a little bit of progress on this area. But it was just a very small, hardly significant progress. For example, there is no basic health care, no basic health insurance in Kosovo like what we have in the European Union, because the country simply can't afford for health care. Secondly, we need to recognize the Roma as a nationality so that we were not seen as an ethnic minority. Roma from the Western Balkan countries are not allowed to move freely in the European Union. But I say again, let's not be discouraged. Opre Roma, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamid Avdo. Keeping in mind the time, again, because most of you are tired and need to have a rest for tomorrow as well, I will invite the next speaker, Monika Duždova. She's a Romni from Slovakia. She worked long time in Slovakian schools and helped Roma students. She works at UK schools and helps students from Eastern European countries. Now she works as a regional methodologist for helping and supporting Ukrainian refugees. The floor is yours. Please, as short as possible because we don't have time.
Good day, everyone. So, I will speak in English because my Roma language little bit different than yours. So, let me introduce myself. My name is Monika Duždova. I work as a regional methodologist for supporting immigrants from Ukraine in education in Project UNICEF. I do my work at the National Institute of Education and Youth in Prešov, Slovakia. In my work, I meet Ukrainian children and their parents in elementary schools. We provide support, professional and overcoming trauma, support professional and psychological counseling, and help in overcoming the language barrier and overcoming trauma and fear. Each of them comes with its own sad story. A story written by war. None of us wanted to believe that the war broke out in Ukraine a year ago, but it happened. In those days, many people from Ukraine came to Slovakia. Ukrainian Roma also fled before the war. With the difference that Roma came from Ukraine to Slovakia on foot. Women, children, and old men walked for 3 days in the cold and rain. Volunteers, organizations, and municipalities were waiting at the border to help immigrants. Everyone who could help these people. Buses took them to hostels, centers, and resorts. Only the Roma were ignored. Roma were kicked out of buses by their own compatriots. Tired, hungry, and cold, they were waiting for someone to take them in and help them. Fortunately, we also have a Roma Apostolic Church in Slovakia and many good Roma people and volunteers. Among the first were the pastor from Michalovce and pastor from Sabinov. They took Roma by bus to their centers where they prepared temporary accommodation for them. In Sabinov, pastor with volunteers helped more than 800 people, Roma people. The Ukrainian Roma did not want to stay in Slovakia after their first experiences with rejection. They decided to go further west to Bohemia, Germany, and Ireland. With the help of good people, the Apostolic Church bought them tickets and flights, provided them with warm clothes, food, and medicine so they could safely reach their relatives in the mentioned countries. I just want to say that it's very sad that people make differences and they choose and decide which life is more valuable, white or black. I am a simple Roma woman. I was born 1968 in Slovakia. I grew up in a small village in eastern Slovakia. My dad was tractor driver in agriculture, and my mom took care of our house and us, 8 children. I can say I had a happy childhood. I didn't know hunger. I didn't walk rushed, barefoot, or dirty. At school, I was included among other non-Roma students. I didn't know what segregation is. My father had a job, and we live in our own brick house, not shack. My parents used to tell me, we are Roma, but it doesn't mean we are worse than them. He was also telling me that I must be smart, educated, and good person, that only education can ensure me a decent life and better future. And I really tried to be smart and better than my non-Roma classmates, but for them I was just a gypsy girl. A few years have passed since then. Many things have changed. The Velvet Revolution brought the fall of communism, democracy, and freedom, but also unemployment, greater isolation and segregation for the Roma people and Roma children at education. In Slovakia, container schools and kindergartens are built directly in Roma settlements or in remote places in the village. They want the Roma in settlements to integrate, to get an education, to find a job, to be decent, and not throw garbage around their dwellings. Nice imagination. All Roma are employed, they live in nice big houses with their own garden, or in apartment building. Yeah. The houses have a bathroom with hot water and flush toilet. The children have their own children's room, their own bed, wardrobe, and computer. And Roma coexist with non-Roma as neighbors, friends, and grill sausage together on weekend. A really nice imagination. But the reality is completely different. Roma in the settlements live in appalling, undignified conditions. They live in huts made of wood, sheet metal, or other material with which they can cover the roof so that it doesn't rain on them. They don't have bathroom or flush toilet. They have not hot water. They don't even have tap water. In better cases, it is a well from which relatives and friends draw water. Others have water from streams or from springs flowing in the vicinity of forests and meadows. One room is used for cooking and sleeping. They usually have more children, so sometimes 10 or more people live in one hut, in one room. They don't have sidewalks or roads around the huts. Everywhere you look, there is mud. They don't have waste container, so there is garbage, dirt, and smell everywhere. And to make matters worse, there are rats running around the huts. Education, integration, inclusion, employment. What do you think can be done?
It's a very hard question.
I know, because the question for us, or otherwise, who among us could do it under such conditions? Do you think I would be hired somewhere if I came to the interview with muddy shoes, or in poor, not very clean clothes? If I smelled of smoke and fumes from cooking? Does anyone really think I will get a job? And what do you think about the education of our Roma children in settlements? Does anyone consider what background they come from? In what conditions they live? Realize someone, they are sleep deprived. Care somebody that their mother tongue is different from what they speak and learn at school. And finally, who cares they grow up somewhere kilometers outside the village? That they don't have the opportunity to meet the non-Roma children, so they go to Roma school, Roma kindergarten. So, do you think our Roma children have the same conditions and chances in education as other children? Does anything about this sad and catastrophic situation in Roma settlements? Where are all those politicians who visit Roma settlements before the elections? Where are our Roma politicians who were elected by Roma people in good faith that we will finally have representation in the parliament? And why are these people suddenly deaf and blind? Okay, let's move on. I didn't mention healthcare. It's another, yeah, okay. Don't worry. I know.
It wouldn't be respectful to the others. Thank you.
I didn't mention healthcare. It's another chapter
of
of the life
of
the Roma in the settlements. I read somewhere that Roma in settlements live an average of 60 to 65 years. Cardiovascular diseases are 2.5 times more common in them than in the rest of population. Many of them have diabetes. Many children live in Roma settlements addicted to smoking, using various chemical substances or alcohol. Many Roma suffer from lung diseases. Asthma and tuberculosis is not uncommon. Now, some facts about the health status of Roma in Slovakia. Roma people live 15 years less than the rest of population. The average age of Roma is 25.6 years. On average, Roma men live 55 years, and Roma women 59 years. Mortality from cardiovascular diseases is 2.5 times higher among Roma compared to the majority. And at the end, from the Eurobarometer survey, almost 38% of Slovaks would feel uncomfortable if they had a Roma neighbor. According to the survey, people fear and hate Roma twice more than homosexual, and 4 times more than members of other ethnic groups. In Eurobarometer survey, Slovakia ranked third in terms of intolerance of the Roma ethnic group, right behind the Czechs and Italians. I do not mention these facts in order to complain about the sad and undignified situation of the Roma in Slovakia, because that will have no point. I would like us all to try to find a common solution to the problems of the Roma in Europe and around the world. So that word is such as
and I disrespect the others who had 5 minutes
inclusion, education,
you
employment,
the same
and
to
housing,
because then I
the
disrespect the other 4 people who spoke also 5 minutes, and they had a lot to say.
Full value life
I want to respect everybody, that's why I have 5 minutes, so to have equal respect
Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you for telling us the different Roma realities that are not only in Slovakia but worldwide. I have now the pleasure to invite Mr. Burhan Osmani. He is from Kosovo, Mitrovica. In 1999, he was in the 4th year at the Faculty of Technology, where he had to stop his studies because of the war. He worked on the Roma emancipation and social affirmation in Germany and in France in the Association Union des Roma del ex-Yugoslavia and Diaspora. The floor is yours. Please, 5 minutes.
A good day, my dear brothers and sisters. I want to congratulate all the Roma and to those that are not Roma and are part of today's strategy and concept to come to a success for all the Roma. I want to congratulate the organizers and those who are part of this gathering. I want to thank Veljko Kajitaza and the Roma Union Kali Sara and Mr. Tashman. We, the Roma, need to perceive the other people's strategic policy and concept so that we can be much more successful. I'm born in Kosovo, in the city of Kosovska Mitrovica, and I lived there up till '99. In the city of Kosovska Mitrovica, we had activists, and one of the most famous in Kosovo and strongest activists. Why is that? Because they were well-educated Roma. They were well-educated in Pristina, Vitina, Gilan, so these are other cities in Kosovo. Among the Roma in Kosovo, we had doctors, engineers, people working in the military, lawyers, poets, medicine workers, electricians, auto mechanics, and so on. Only know the hardship, how they finished these schools, how they graduated, and what hard paths they passed. Many times they were taken aside. But I'm sure that our Romani problem is that we do not have enough educated people. What is the biggest problem is that those Roma that have finished high education, they do not proclaim themselves as Roma. Now I live in France, and we have more than 25,000 Roma from the ex-Yugoslavian countries, mainly or mostly coming from Kosovo. We have Romani children that have finished universities and now are working in high positions. But we have many children who finish only the compulsory schools. In France, we have our aim is how to motivate our children to finish with their education, because that is the biggest Romani problem. We, the Roma in France, we have 8 financial, and we do not miss a thing. Because I know that in other countries from the Balkan, they have a huge problem that they do not have financial support and other types of support. In France, they say, send your kids to the schools. Okay, I agree with that. But I have many questions concerning this. What is their living conditions? What is their social condition, the Romas? What is their social status? What is their status in discrimination-wise and financial-wise? Don't be fooled. We, the Roma, know that education is important and is the way to success. The Roma, there are 25 million Roma in the world, and even other statistics show that 50 million. We say that we are 25 million. In Europe, they state that we are the biggest minority in Europe. That's what the non-Roma tells us. Now, today, at this moment, we will raise our voice. It was enough that the Roma are a minority. We, the Roma, are a nation. We will seek our place in the United Nations, in the European Parliament, to be a nation and to be called a Roma nation. We, the Roma, will see the success that day, when our problematics will be driven by the Roma, not by the non-Roma. Because we, as Roma, we know our pain and hurt. Thank you very much. Opre Roma.
Thank you very much. Now we have The next speaker, Felicia De Rosa, she's a Roma activist, educator, and activist living in the US. Flora De Rosa, the floor is yours.
Hello, friends. Thank you for being here today. My name is Felicia De Rosa, and I am a second-generation American Roma artist and activist living in the United States. And it is my honor to be here with you today. I will do my best to not take up too much of your time. Today, I wish to talk to you about building bridges between the Roma of Europe and those of us living in other continents. We are a global nation, one without borders. We carry our industry, artistry, and history everywhere we go. And while our cultural expression may vary from place to place, together, we are Roma. Together, we are strong. We are living in an uncertain time of great struggle. Much of the world would see us erased from history altogether. And so for many of us, things can feel hopeless. We are angry, we are tired, we are afraid. So a decision must be made. Do we give up? Do we allow things to go on as they have for so long? Or do we stand our ground and yell, enough? Bless you. I, for one, plan to fight. For myself, for my family. I think many of us here feel the same. But how can we do this? There is something that is missing so far in our movement, an active democracy, a means of uniting our voices and focusing our energy on real change, something more universal and organized than perhaps the old ways of kings, barashera, and self-appointed presidents. By standing together, we can be even stronger. I believe the best way that we can do this is through the adoption of a real democratic process. Such reform can bring about closer working cooperation and ultimately gain us political legitimacy. Together, we can be the sovereign diasporic nation we know ourselves to be. And legitimacy is something we badly need. Every nation aspires to having a democracy, so clearly then, in order for us to gain a respected political voice, the first order of business is to build our own democratic system. Fortunately, the technology is available to do this, and it is not expensive. A start has been made, as many of you are aware, by the Democratic Transition Team, which has been around for some years now. Already, the DT has created a formidable worldwide network. This is a valuable tool when an emergency arises. When someone in some country where a Rome is murdered or a camp is attacked, the Congress could, through its network, reach out to 6,000 or 7,000 individuals and organizations within a matter of seconds. We can quickly transfer information and mobilize our people to take action. This is a much needed, very powerful tool for us to have on our journey towards self-emancipation. The long-term hope of this group is to build a voter base of 50, possibly 100,000 Rome, so that credible elections can be conducted for a new kind of political representation. Imagine it, political representation with legitimacy, with a mandate from we, the emerging Roma nation. This system is not quite yet ready, and it may take 5 or 10 years before any sort of elections could happen. Optimistically, we hope to be fully operational and still growing by the next Congress in 2027 or 28. All that this Congress is asked to do is to take ownership. We must be willing to take a risk on ourselves if we ever hope to take our rightful place on the world stage. In conclusion, I believe that this is a very achievable step, and it has an integral role to play in the destiny of the Roman nation, a destiny which here in Berlin, right now, is in your hands. So I present to you the following resolution. This Congress, aware of the need for improved global communications through a worldwide network and for a democratic transition by way of a global electronic system, hereby approves the creation under Congress ownership and control of the Congress Election Commission. Thank you for all of your time. Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Mohamed Zamer Anbar. He is serving as a research fellow at the Center for Roma Studies and Cultural Relationship. He also has a PhD scholar in diaspora studies. Central University of Gujarat, India. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, and good evening to forgotten brother and kindred of India. And I pay sincere and honest thanks to the organizers for this invitation. And I would like not to make any presentation and talk. I want to speak with you people, you know. I want to speak because I want to relate with you. I don't want to take much of your time. I'll try to wind up my speak within 5 to 6 minutes, so bear with me. As all of you know that the history of Roma is a part of shared history of India. As Roma and Indians shared the same fate. Roma were displaced by the Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni in 1018 from northern part of India or from the middle valley of Ganges in northern India in 1018, and including, you know, the area like Kannauj, Mathura, and the Rajasthan area. So whereas numerous Indians at that point of time, numerous Indian villages and towns and villages were burnt and desolated, and the people were killed as the very painful dislocation of Roma people from India to Balkan, or, you know, the Persia, Ghazni, like the Jubilistan and Iran, as well as then after, you know, the Balkan and the European countries. So I would like to talk about, I don't want to shed light on the history. I want to talk about the first Roma Congress held in 1971 to present Congress 2023. What happened in terms of India-Roma relations? What India did and what happened in India, and what the government of India or the people of India did for the Roma community. So I would like to speak about that, because as you know that the world is looking to India rise. India is holding the G20 presidency. The world is looking to India for the corporations, for the, you know, economic corporations. So now India is a very important voice for the emancipation of Roma community across the world, not only in Europe. Our friends talk about a lot of discriminations, what is happening, you know better, you know. So as per the European Union Fundamental Rights Agency, that talk about 83% people are still lurching under the horrible poverty. 83% Roma people, you know. And around 61% Roma people are in material deprivation. So you can better understand what is the situation of Roma community in Europe or anywhere in the world. Even though Europe is the richest continent on earth, but the Roma are the worst victim in Europe. So I would like to talk about why India is important and what the Roma people expect from India. In 1971, the first Congress, then in line with the first Congress, there is a second Congress. The first, conference happened in India in 1976, and 1983, the 2001, and 2008, and 2016, and 2018. These are the conferences took place and organized in India. For what? Because India was not aware of, Indian people are not aware of who the Roma is. You are geographically away from India, but you are culturally, emotionally very close and intimate to India, you know. So you are away, but your heart resides in India. So India, now in 2018, India, there was a recommendations by the conference that there should be one memorial, because you have the 2 minutes, yes. So there are the memorials everywhere to commemorate the Holocaust of Roma community. But in the world, the first time India is going to construct the memorial to commemorate the painful dislocation and horrible dislocation of the Roma people from India to the different part of the world. So the government of India accepted this proposal, and very soon the work is going to start in Kannauj. This is a Roma memorial. So that shows that India is standing in solidarity with the Roma community, and India is extending its voice anywhere, in any part, on any international fora or in any international forum, whether it's the European Union or whether it's the United Nations or ECOSOC or any other organizations, international organization and institutions. India is now very clear. It is a clarion and clear message from the government of India and the people of the India that India is with Roma in each and every circumstances, and India will, along with the Roma, the fight against such discriminations, such the inhuman prejudices and stereotypes which are attached with the Roma community. So India is with the Roma community, and India, together with the Roma, fight and combat the discriminations, all these horrible things. Thank you very much, and I thank you very much.
I would like now to shortly invite Urme Meneshka. She's a Romani language teacher and the creator of the first Roma library in Kosovo. She's an activist of the organization, excuse me if I don't pronounce it well, Drumish Aslano. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
I wish you good health, everyone. It's not a good evening, but it's good day still. As they represented me, I will be speaking in Romanes because we are here all Roma. My name is Urma Menekşe from Kosovo. I teach Romani language. I'm the creator of the first Romani library for Romani language, and I'm an activist in an organization, the oldest organization, Durmish Arslani. Today, on this gathering, we were speaking about the problems of the Roma, and I want to talk about the success of the Roma in Kosovo and what we have achieved so far to do in our fight to talk about our rights, that we exist and as Roma, in Kosovo. This is the library, and after this I will explain a little bit more, but now I want to talk about the Durmish Slano organization. On the first Romani Congress, we had one person from Prizren, Nusret Sarsoy, and he was there to talk about the Roma problems. He was an Albanian professor, albanologist. There's this organization, Durmish Aslano, who is working and has activities regarding the cultural and tradition of Roma. When you know that we do not have culture, we have many folklore sessions, we have dramas in Romani language in Prizren, and every year we raise our voice to tell the problematics of the Roma, what is ongoing with us and what we feel. And in the latest period, there was a saying that the Holocaust we had, and this drama was made at a place like museum, and it showed the other communities, and we told them about our problem that we had in the problems that we had in our life. Myself as a teacher, and now I work as a teacher for the last 3 years, I know that our ministry in Kosovo, we have a representative. She gave us support to have Romani language to be taught for the children, to not be assimilated and not to forget their native language, mother tongue, Romani. And we, every year, we have 4 schools in Prizren, and Romani language is taught. And every child who wants to learn the language as a facultative language can do that. When I started doing this job, we have books from Professor Ljatif Demir, and so that the children can learn their Romani language. I started the creation of a library that can give everyone a chance to have this library for everyone, not only the Roma, and together with the Romani intelligentsia who have worked many years for the well-being of the Roma in Prizren, and the Romani authors, not only from Kosovo, but in the other cities throughout the world, where Gratan Paksan gave us his book. We opened the library in Kosovo, and so far we have a huge interest from the Ministry of Kosovo. Minister of Kosovo, he visited us, and many other ambassadors visited this library, and they're aware that this library exists. I will end here. So we need to publish much more books and to show people that we have our language, we have our culture, we have our tradition, and we in the library, you can write at the library. We can pave the way for the further generation, for the upcoming generations, so that our path can be much more secure. Now we're a generation that we give our input for our rights, so that we can have our Romani language and to keep our Romani language alive. We work or fight for not to have discrimination towards women, because we have rights in Kosovo and we have certain strategies only for our community. And in Prizren, there's official help for the Romani language, and we have it as an official language, and we have good cooperation with the ministries, with the mayor, and we do not have any big problems. I wish you good health, everyone. Thank you very much. Now we have Esat Bayrami.
He's from Croatia and he lives in Germany. He's an artist and performs political theater. He's an activist in human rights, and I would ask him to keep it to maximum 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Please.
Hallo, Assalamu alaikum. Ich muss auf Deutsch reden, dass die mich da verstehen, wegen Übersetzung. Ich werde es versuchen, alles kurz zu machen. Also ich komme aus Kroatien und ich bin tätig hier bei Roma Center, alle bleiben. Natürlich, ihr kennt viele, alle bleiben, und ihr wisst, was wir gemacht haben. Wo ist der... Okay, weil normalerweise sollte er da sein, aber ich weiß nicht, wo er ist. Ich weiß nicht, der ist... Nee, der andere. Wir haben so ausgemacht, dass er... Okay. Einen Moment. Ja, ist gut, ist gut.
Hallo, schon einmal.
Also, ich komme aus Kroatien. Und ich war schon ganze Zeit bin ich hier bei Roma Center und alle bleiben tätig. Und ihr wisst, viele davon glaube ich, dass ihr weißt, was alle bleiben ist. Dadurch, dass wir die Recherche jahrelang gemacht haben im Kosovo, was alles passiert ist, wie viele Menschen deportiert werden und wie viel die Bundesrepublik Deutschland alle zurückgeschickt hat, also war echt alles irgendwie schlimme Zeiten. Dann haben wir also Recherche gemacht. Natürlich, wenn wir die Recherche gemacht haben, mussten wir weitermachen, aber was passiert denn dann? Ich muss es jetzt, dadurch, dass ich wirklich keine Zeit habe, ich muss diese Geschichte erzählen. Nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg, was machen die Roma? Viele Roma von Kosovo reisen also weiterhin in restlichen Rest-Jugoslawien. Sagen wir es mal so, Bosnien, Kroatien, Makedonien und Slowenien. Aber
But what happens now with people like in Mitrovica? Like, for example, I came from Mitrovica, like many people, and you know the story. People went to Croatia, people like me. I went to Zagreb. Up until the 1960s, there were like 5 or 6 mahalas, so the districts were just Roma live. And this year there are only 3. Rijeka, Crikvenica and Pula are mahalas. And everywhere else they had to leave. And this is something which needs to be researched. What happened to these people? So like in Crikvenica, where I am, and also in Rijeka, almost 90% of the people who live there in the mahala don't have any papers, any documents. So they have problems with accommodation, with school. But the worst problem in Croatia is the houses. People have to leave their houses. In Crikvenica, city where I live, the 2 houses have been destroyed. One was my aunt's house, one was my cousin's house, and they had to leave their houses within 2 hours. And the heavy machinery came and destroyed the houses. And now she's moved into an apartment, which obviously has to be paid for, which obviously is a big problem to finance all of this. So, and Croatia is a very, very expensive country to live in. So what happens? So that's one topic. And as I can say it again, we don't have time. And we have to investigate these things. We have to research. And in 1999, there was the war in Kosovo, the bombing, people had to leave. And so what happened with all of the people who stayed in the former Yugoslavia? There are many in Bosnia, people in Macedonia, people in Serbia, in Croatia. There are lots of people who don't have any papers. And this is something we have to continue working on. Unfortunately, I don't have any more time, so I have to come to wrap it up. And thank you, everyone. And yeah, please approach me if you have any further questions or want to discuss these issues.
Now I will invite Živka Fan. She's a student at the Faculty of Law in Belgrade. She's an activist for women's rights and work as a Romani language teacher, journalist, and pedagogical assistant. She founded the association Roma Women's Initiative, and she's the general secretary at the REU Genipe. The floor is yours, please.
Dobar dan svima.
Good day, everyone.
Poštovani,
Respected
dame,
ladies
gospodo,
and respected
ja sam
gentlemen,
Živka Fan,
my name is Živka Fan. I come from Serbia,
iz Žablja.
from Žablja. I work as a pedagogical assistant in the school. I'm a member of the organization REU Yekip, and in that organization, I'm the Secretary General. Regarding the Roma families, which every day they are struggling for their existence, the realization of the rights of education is a crucial question, because poverty is the main barrier for full integration of the Roma. Without electricity, toilets and heating, the life in the Romani mahalas do not have the basic sanitary conditions, living conditions, didn't discourage our Roma, especially our children, to go into schools and with their efforts to go out of those communities. Living in a surrounding as it is, we know that our Roma do not want tomorrow their children to get the suffering, and the only way out of that vicious circle and poverty is education. Our children's lives is very hard without electricity, without water. I know how hard it is, and to go to school in such conditions. You can see the difference within the schools. We need to overcome and not to allow the situation where you do not have the basic life conditions have its influence on you, how to become a better person and how to fight for yourself. All of these are reasons why our children is two times much more harder how to show the good results in school. And the data shows a gap between the Roma population in Serbia, where we were talking about the education system. 1 in 6 children is out of the schools, the preschools, 17% of the Romani children, and with high schools, 1% only. These results are from the regional survey for the situation of the Roma in the Western Balkans, which was undertaken in 2017 from the United Nations regarding development at Swiss Bank. There's some things moved forward. The Roma that were enlisted in the elementary schools, and now we have 84% of Roma children enrolled in schools. Not so long ago, all of the non-Roma have 89% of them have finished elementary schools. A third of our Roma live on the margins, and those are persons or kids that are aged 18 to 21. The Roma families, no one doesn't stop the Roma families to enroll their kids in the schools, but they do not have the financial means. With that, everyone has the right of education. A big percentage of the Roma children doesn't have the possibility to get this right. In the schools, the children do not start as well as the other kids. That contributes to the small number of Romani children. There's the preschool program, a problem not knowing the Serbian language very well and their conditions, where they are coming from, living conditions. The Roma and attendance of school from 2005 systematically has given affirmative measures, ranging the students, Romani students, and many other seats are given to the persons who are marginalized. And with that, the Roma from the sensitive groups enlist in schools, even they do not have the documentation, proper documentation, and the address of their residence. They cannot get the paper that they visited
Upis u
school.
srednje škole uz pomoć afirmativnih akcija
With the affirmative
podrazumeva
measures,
se i
enrollment
nakon
into
položenog
high
prijemnog
school
ispita.
and
Određenom
the
broju
test
romskih
for
učenika
enrollment in
dodaje
these
se
schools,
30
they
bodova
give
kako bi
additional 30
ostvarili
points to the
prosječan
kids
broj
so they
bodova
can
za
get
željeni
the
obrazovni
number of
profil.
points so that they can get enlist in at that particular school.
Nisam se- Za upis romskih
For
učenika na
enrollment of Roma
fakultete
students
predviđeno
in
je
the
oslobađanje
faculty,
plaćanja školarine.
they do not have to
Problem je
pay the
što kvota
tuition
od
fee.
1% znači da će neki Romi
1% means
ostati
that
ispod crte.
the Roma will
Ukoliko konkurišu
remain
više nego
below
što je kvotom predviđeno.
the line.
Osim što afirmativne mere nisu
Besides, the
potpuni,
affirmative measures are not fulfilled or not
što nisu u
respected.
potpunosti zakonski regulisani,
With the
javlja se
regulation,
mogućnost
with the
njihove
law,
zloupotrebe.
there's
Da bi
misuse of
korisnici
these affirmative
afirmativnih mera,
measures. So the users of the affirmative
bili Romi,
measures
moraju da posjeduju
are
potvrdu
Roma. They need to
Nacionalnog
have
saveta romske nacionalne manjine
a piece of
kao
paper
dokaz svog romskog
that they are
porekla.
Roma.
Upravo tu nastaje problem,
So here
budući
is
da
the
izjašnjavanje o
problem,
nacionalnoj pripadnosti
because when
slobodan
they're stating their minorities, it's a
Iako
democratic
veliki broj romske
feeling of how
dece
they
upiše
feel.
školu, ne završe je svi,
They do
jer
not
pojedini u
all
međuvremenu napuste. Kako do toga ne bi
successfully
dolazilo,
complete the
romska
school
deca
year. The
moraju
Romani
imati
children need to
podršku,
have the
pomoć i
support
razumevanje
and
svojih
understanding
roditelja,
of their
nastavnika i
parents,
školskih
teachers,
drugova.
and school buddies or friends.
Istraživanja pokazuju da od 100
The
romskih
research
učenika
show that
tek
out of
66 završi osnovnu
166
školu.
of them
Samo
only
njih
finish
25
elementary schools,
odluči se da
25
upiše
of
srednju
them
školu, a
go
manje
into
od
high
jednog
school,
učenika
and
uspeva
less
da
than one
završi
of
višu
them
ili visoku školu.
goes into
Jedan od
universities.
razloga za to jeste
One of
što
the
i mnoge
reasons is
romske
because
porodice se
many
bore
of
sa
the Roma
siromaštvom
families
i
are
teškim
fighting
uslovima
poverty
života,
and
a
hard
deca
living
napuštaju
conditions,
sistem
and
obrazovanja kako bi
children leave the
doprinosili
system, the
egzistenciji
education,
porodice. Obrazovanje
so that they
jeste
can
ključ
give their
uspeha
input
svakog
into the
pojedinca.
family by going to work.
Zajednice i društvo u
The
celini.
community and the society as a whole.
Ukoliko u društvu imate
So
obrazovane
if in the
članove
society you have educated
je zagarantovan uspeh.
members in your
Romska zajednica je
community,
jedna
you
od
will have a
zajednica koja živi
success. The Roma
najlošije u
community
Evropskoj uniji. Njihov
is
ukupan broj je oko
have
12
very
miliona
bad
i također
living
Romi i
conditions,
Romkinje
and
su
many
najmlađa
Roma
nacija i
are the
potencijalna radna snaga.
youngest working labor force.
Nemam više vremena.
I do not have much time.
Želim samo da
I just want
kažem
to
da je
state
jako bitno
that it is very
što se
important
tiče školovanja,
regarding the schools
da imate u vidu
to
da
have
treba
in
da
mind
podržite
that you need
svoje
to
sestre,
support your
žene,
sisters,
majke,
wives, mothers,
pogotovo ćerke.
especially your
Zato
daughters,
što,
because
ćerke vaše,
your daughters,
kada školujete jednu devojčicu,
when
vi
you-
školujete celu naciju.
when you
doprinosite
send
da
your
se
daughter into
očuva
school,
vaša
you're
kultura, tradicija.
teaching the whole nation, and with that you nurture your culture and so on.
Hvala vam puno. Thank you very much. Now it is my pleasure. You need maybe a few seconds so to be quiet in the room? Yeah, thank you for your attention. Thank you to all the great speakers that presented today. Now it's my honor to introduce the second panel of the day, to which unfortunately we are more than half an hour late, and that means that all of you will have to stay a bit more so to finish the panel. I am honored to introduce our panel speakers, and I would kindly like to ask each of them to come on the stage. So the first panel speaker, it's not an order that I mentioned now, it's aleatory order. The first one is Alexandra Bahor. She's from Romania. She started to work in the UK as a consultant, community organizer, researcher, and coach with different organizations. Alexandra. The second panelist of the discussion, please have a seat. The second panelist of the discussion is Mr. Peter Torak, MBA. It's an honorary consul for the Czech Republic in the UK and a former police officer. He is of Roma origins and promotes community cohesion. You come? Ich sitze mich in der Mitte vielleicht. Ich sitze mich hier genau, Sie da. Wenn Sie möchten. the microphone on? No. So let me start the second panel, which is called the Roma Emergency, the situation of Roma in Europe. We will be discussing with our honored guests here today about the situation of Roma in Europe. And I would like to present shortly each of the panelists. The first one, as I already said, it's Alexandra Bahor. She started working in the US as a consultant, community organizer, researcher, and coach with different Roma communities across the country. Since 2015, she lives in the UK, Liverpool, and she works there with the Roma communities. Through her work, she hopes to influence the policies and to work within the UK government to increase equity for Roma in the job and education market. Then we have also Mr. Peter Tora, I greet you. He's an MBA, it's an honorary consul of the Czech Republic in the UK and a former police officer. He is of Roma origins and promotes community cohesion, particularly for Roma community in Petersburg, where he lives. He co-founded the Compass Charity and was honored with an MBA member of British Empire in 2015 for his services for Roma community. He is also consultant for national and international organizations, and he served the Czech Government Council for Roma Minority Affairs. In 2021, he became an honorary consulate of Czech Republic in Petersburg, providing consular services to Czech nationals.
Excuse me.
Yes.
My name is
No. And then we also go further to the Mr. Aldar Horváth. He's coming from Hungary, and and then, last but not least, we have also Johnny. Can you pronounce your name, please? Zischer-Schmiert, please. I'm sorry if I maybe had misspellings. They both work in the field of Romani integration, and I would like now to ask each of them to more introduce themselves and tell us about their work. I would like to start with Mr. Aldar Horváth first, from Hungary. Hungary, it's a particularly known for its terrible treatment of Roma. There have been countless violent attacks on Roma communities and murders. Has the situation improved in the recent years? What could you tell us about the situation of Roma in Hungary and your work and field of expertise?
Can I speak in?
If you want to, but we would like to be seated because it's a panel. Okay. You have a microphone there.
I wish you good health, dear Roma. Good evening. I want to talk in English.
I wrote my speech. Excuse me, I would like to speak in English. Hungary is a Central European state with a population of nearly 9.5 million. Around 1/10 of its citizens belong to the Roma national or ethnic community, or are classified as such by the majority. In 1989-90, after the collapse of the Soviet-type state socialist dictatorship, Hungary began to build a Western-type democracy. But it has failed after 16 years. After the victory of the so-called left, the far right carried out an attempted coup. It failed, but the fundamental pillars of the democratic institutional system, governance, impartial prosecution, and independent media were weakened. In 2006, the driver of a car accident at a Roma settlement, a teacher, was lynched by the angry Roma in front of his children. In the first place, the incitement campaign of the far-right media launched the neo-fascist party and established its paramilitary corps, the Hungarian Guard, which organized intimidation actions in Roma settlements. The paramilitary organization unleashed by the cowardice of the ruling left was ridiculously covered by an underground neo-Nazi society organized to hunt down to the Roma. Between 2008 and 2009, 6 Roma people, including 1 child, were murdered by Hungarian terrorists. The attackers targeted Roma settlements on the outskirts of villages, deliberately killing innocent Roma to provoke outrage and civil war. A total of 78 shots were fired, 11 Molotov cocktails were thrown at our houses, 55 people were in imminent danger to their lives. But the Roma of the whole country were terrified, and the Nazi raiding force could kill anyone born Roma.
Mr. Horvath,
yes, please.
Thank you for telling to us shortly how terribly Roma are treated in Hungary. I am particularly interested to know what should we do against these extremist politicians in Hungary and about the situation of Roma. What can be done about it so that Roma are not murdered, so that Roma are not victims of the right-wing extremists, or what is being done now in Hungary together with you and also the others that work for the Roma community?
If you want to know what is the situation, what is the answer the Roma civil rights movement, you need to hear my speak, because this is a process. This is important arguments what I would like to speak about the situation. In my book published in 2021, entitled The National Socialist Miskolc. Miskolc it's my hometown. I wrote the tragic story of the persecution of Roma living in the so-called number streets in the middle of my hometown. 200 Roma families stood in the way of the government and the city stadium building, Panama and megalomania. Under the pressure of local fascists, half of the families were forced into the peri-urban Romani ghettos, while the other half received political refugee status in Canada. The criminals of ethnic cleansing that took place between 2014 and 16 brought forward similar arguments as the Nazis before the Berlin Olympics in 1936, crime prevention. The conclusion of my analysis is that the present Hungarian state is an apartheid state from a Roma perspective. It's very important for us. The test in Miskolc was successful. The Romani housing estate considered to be a stranger, a migrant, could be driven out without any problems. Ethnic cleansing has also generated significant financial and political profits. The allegedly Christian politicians of Hungarian apartheid drove the Christian Roma out of Miskolc, their hometown, as they should have done with the refugee Muslims. In my book, I draw some parallels between the National Socialist fascist principles and the exercise of power and practice of Orban's illiberal democracy. This is the mixed ideology in the service of the state, the organization of the cooperative state is linked to Mussolini. Orban put his own men in every seat. Social conciliation is actually a party assembly chaired by the leader. Belief in the general in command as a Führer principle, overcoming the democratic rule of law. Permanent verb psychosis is the main characteristic of the system. Social Darwinism, racism, xenophobia. It's important to see the most important thing is to create democratic political representation. This is the answer. What can we do in this difficult time? We, responsible Roma intellectuals and politicians, and I think the most important, the democratic political representation. This is the hardest possible task in 50 years. Because linguistically, culturally, we are very diverse, we are fragmented, and we are unable to enforce our common political interests.
Mr. Horvath,
yes.
I would like, first of all, to congratulate you for the valuable work that you are doing. And I have read a bit of your work, but I must admit that I'm truly interested in fully reading your books and to learn more from the experience that you have. Now, if you allow me, I would kindly like to also speak with our next speaker, and if you have interventions, you can interfere. I would like to speak now with Alexandra Bahor, who is working a lot in the UK, and she's very active in the field. And I would like, first of all, Alexandra, to know from you two things. One would be, how is the situation of Roma in Romania in general? And second, if you could focus during your speech, would be, how was the situation of Roma during pandemics? You might want to answer individually or together to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will start first with the pandemic because it was very interesting but not surprising what was happening back in Romania when the media start to say about the Roma that they bring. And I think for sure that was happening in other countries in East Europe. They blame Roma people, migrants that come from outside, from their own countries, back in their homes with the COVID. Media all the time, they show only Roma people in the borders that comes from UK or Germany, and they blame them that they were bringing the virus. After this, the restriction was coming. When the restriction was coming, again, media was showing only families of Roma that were violating the restriction on the COVID-19. A lot of police violence against of the Roma families, that they were beating children. For example, back in my city, Brăila, two of teenagers, they were beaten by the police only because they were in the corner in the street. There were happening a lot of things, and one of major was a journalist when they were saying about the Roma that they need to go back in India in that period. You can see when it's happening something like the blame is in the Roma all the time. Like, hopefully that will find the good solutions to not happening again, because if we'll have in the future a pandemic, we need to be prepared to not happening against of this. And about Brexit, what is happening back in UK, the government chose to do an online application for the Roma and for the Europeans to be able to have the same rights and to stay in UK. The application was online. The Roma were having a lot of document issues because the embassy was closed in that moment. They cannot renew their passport to be able to do their application. Also, we know that a lot of barriers like English, digital skills, because when you do the application, you need only online to show like a share code they will give you and to show that you are you have the right to stay in UK. When you have this share code, you can access health, education, and all the rights to have a life there back in UK. But mostly what I am worried is about the children, because this status is not transmissible to the children. Also, the parents, they need to apply for the children. And we have right now, back in UK, a lot of children without any status, waiting to sort out documents, because the parents, they were not able to do the passport, like Romanian and other things.
Ms. Bahor, so, as I understand from you, you are telling to me that the Brexit in the UK does affect Roma on different levels. Please correct me if I misunderstood. Yeah. I would also like to ask you, is there a danger of many people being forced to go underground or to stay without a legal status in the UK, or even to be deported? What would you say that it is the situation of the Roma in the current situation in the UK?
We can see right now in the border that the police, they do a lot of racial profiling of the Roma. And doesn't matter if they have a status, a legal status to remain there, they still, they stop them and ask question, where you go, why you are here in UK, if you have a job, if you stay with the family, and this kind of questions. But also we have a modern slavery that is grow up between the Roma, unfortunately, because they are vulnerable. In UK, they cannot, without USS, without this statute, a limited leave to remain, and there are a lot of technical things that I will not tell you exactly. But if they don't have the status, they will not have right to work, for example, or housing. This is why we have a lot of Roma that they are homeless back in London, because they are not able to access the city council's houses. We have a modern slavery, but unfortunately, this is an issue also with people who apply and they have a status. Why? Because they don't have access to their online account. And there were a lot of campaigns doing 1 year ago for us to have a physical proof, like a card, but unfortunately, Home Office rejected this.
Thank you very much for sharing with us your valuable work and your instincts. Mr. Athora. Yesterday, the Czech President Peter Pavel visited the memorial ceremony in Lety. How do you rate the importance of the President attending the ceremony? And what did the President say about the situation of the Roma today? If you could share with us a few details about yesterday's ceremony, first of all. Thank you.
Certainly. I have to say that I've got big hopes for the newly elected President Peter Pavel. He has shown a lot of positive attitude towards Roma, whether it was meeting Roma students from Roma, whether it was attending this meeting or congregation at the land where concentration camp was taking place, or coming into the UK and meeting us in the UK and meeting Roma people in the UK as well. What he said at this event yesterday was there was two important things. Obviously, he commemorated the victims of a concentration camp, but very importantly, he also mentioned the very terrible situation in the Czech Republic where two neo-Nazis were released a couple of days ago, and actually Mr. Pavel admitted that this was wrong, it was horrendous, and it shouldn't have happened. I don't know if you know the situation. Neo-Nazis threw petrol, Molotov cocktail into house. Young girl was burnt on, I think, about 70% of her body, and the neo-Nazis were released after serving a third of their sentence.
We are great to know that the President itself is concerned about the neo-Nazi regime and the current situation in Czech. I would further like to also speak about a severe case that happened to one of our Romas in Czech. And that's the case that it's well known in entire Europe, the case of Stanislav Thomas. After the death of George Floyd in the USA, there was an enormous wave of solidarity, and his murderers were sentenced to many years in prison. But what about Stanislav Toma's dad? Did his death have consequence for the perpetrators? How many years did they get, if any, legal consequences on this case?
There were no legal consequences, and it's actually a very sad case on two sides. One is the response from the Czech government and officials, where the Czech president, prime minister, the minister of interior, the police president, everybody actually stood by the police officers and said that the police officers, they've got very hard job with those people and that they've acted professionally and correctly. Even though obviously the modus operandi was identical to George Floyd. So there was definitely, it was quite clear that the police officers killed Mr. Stanislav. But what was also said is the response from within the Roma community and kind of overall from the society. What I would expect, in Czech Republic, we've seen maybe 50, 100 people that came to demonstrate. In Macedonia, I've seen there was probably 1,000 people that came to demonstrate. This is something that I completely agree with Mr. Imer that was speaking at the beginning, where we need to really create some sort of anti-discrimination action group, team, that will be not only proactive, but especially reactive, that will be reacting to those sort of anti-discriminatory or those sort of incidents, and will be creating some sort of movements, some sort of non-violent protests to show the officials, the government, that we are not okay with this sort of treatment.
First of all, I would like to thank to you for your valuable remarks and also recommendations on this specific case. And because you have mentioned somehow the lack of unity of Romani communities in Czech compared to the, for instance, the communities in Macedonia or other countries, my next question would be to you, what is the extent that there is an involvement or even as a sort of consultation of the people from the Roma communities by the governments and institutions. So are the Roma communities or Roma representatives in Czech at least involved in the consultation services with governments and other institutions on topics that, of course, includes directly them?
In Czech Republic, we've had parliamentary council as an advisory board to the ministers and the prime minister, but this was only advisory board and they had no executive power. This board has been now kind of replaced and is being replaced by the newly created position of Czech, the Roma ombudsman, kind of like the Roma plenipotentiary, similar to Slovakia. This Roma plenipotentiary, Mrs. Fuková, is now creating a new team of advisors to the government that are advising the government on education, social and economical affairs within the government.
Thank you for your answer. Mr. Peter Tora, you were an advisor to the Czech government. Did you get the impression that there was a general interest to listen to you and an openness to learn and change on the governmental side?
No.
Thank you. Now, thank you for your honest response. I truly appreciate it. You live now in England. How do you see institutional racism in the British police and justice system? Is it as serious as in the Czech Republic, if we could compare it to an extent?
Yeah, I've worked for the British police for 11 years, and I started working for the police with the view that the British police is absolutely racist-free. Obviously, seeing the incidents like Stephen Lawrence and other kind of incidents, I thought that it's kind of a past, but unfortunately it isn't. We've created in the British Police Gypsy Roma Traveller Police Association, GRTPA, and we have identified loads and loads of malpractices within the police. Police officers keeping family trees on Gypsy Roma travellers, calling kind of packages on gypsy criminality, and you just name it, the over-policing of traveler sites, under-policing of Roma people when they call police and the response to it like, oh, but they will sort it out between themselves. So the institutional racism towards Gypsy, Roma and travelers in the UK is probably, as they say, the last accepted form of, or tolerated form of racism within the police.
Thank you very much for the valuable contribution that each of you have so far give to this panel. I would like now to further move here to our other guest. He's Johnny Schleicher. Zichelschmidt. Excuse my Deutsch, I'm still learning, I must admit. He works in the field of social education as a mediator and as an educational counselor for Roma and Sinti children, and in the training of teachers. He is the winner of the Hamburg Citizen Award for outstanding commitment to integration work. He is also the chairman of ROMED Deutschland e.V., an association that works at the interface of art education and social issues to promote the participation of Sintice and Romnia communities here in Hamburg. Mr. Johnny, was können Sie uns über Ihre Arbeit sagen?
What can you tell us about your work, Johnny?
Also vielen herzlichen Dank erstmal
Thank you very
für die
much
Einladung.
for the invitation.
Ja, also in erster Linie bin ich ein Pädagoge. Ich
First of
arbeite
all,
als
I'm
Bildungsberater
a
für Roma und
pedagogue.
Sinti-Kinder.
I
Bin
work as an
angestellt bei der
educational
Bildungsbehörde in
advisor
Hamburg
for Roma
und
and Sinti
arbeite ich an der
children, and
Stadtteilschule am
I'm
Hafen.
employed by the
Und
Education
ich habe es auf jeden
Authority
Fall
of the
gemerkt
City
in
of
den letzten
Hamburg.
12 Jahren,
And
wie
one
ich
thing
an der
I
Schulen
certainly
arbeite, tatsächlich,
noticed
dass
in the
das
last
Bildung
12
der einzige
years,
Schlüssel ist
since
zu
I have been
Erfolg.
working at schools,
Bildung
is that
ist
education is
tatsächlich
the
eine
only
Chance,
key
einfach
to a
die
good
Chance,
future. It's the
Gleichheit für
only
Kinder zu ermöglichen,
opportunity
vor allem
to
auch
have
die Roma aus den
equal
Armut, aus
opportunities
dieser
for Roma
diskriminierenden
children
Situation
to
als
get
vollständige
children
und
out of
Menschen der europäischen
poverty
Kontinent zu sein. Und ich
and to
finde, dass es
become
Bildung,
equal
was in
citizens on the
Deutschland betrifft,
European
also,
continent.
dass
And I
mich
think
keiner hier falsch
education
versteht. Ich kritisiere keine Bildung in Deutschland.
in Germany,
Ja, weil, das Bildung in Deutschland prosperiert im Grunde genommen. Die
don't get me
Untersuchungen
wrong, I'm
von
not
dem
criticizing education in
Bundesministerium für
Germany.
Bildung,
Education in
zeigen,
Germany
dass es
is
mehr
prospering
Gymnasialten gibt,
and
es gibt mehr
flourishing.
Studenten,
You
es
can
gibt
see
mehr
there's more people going
Abiturienten.
to
Also
the
wir
higher
reden nicht
schools,
in
there's more
Deutschland über
people
schlechte
who are
Bildung.
studying. So we can't say education in Germany is bad, but the problem is that children who do not come from the higher social strata, children of parents who themselves are not well educated, who don't grow up in an environment which is conducive to education, these children get neglected. And there's another group of children who are excluded from education. And through our work, we try to make education accessible to everyone, to have equal opportunities and participation for all children. And that's the most important thing. And we also need to raise awareness among teachers. All of these discriminatory attitudes and prejudices about Sinti and Roma are obviously a huge problem. So it's not just enough to look at the fact that you have children of parents who are poorly educated, who are growing up in poverty. That's a big problem, but you also have to see the institutional discrimination which plays a role. And the end result, which is negative, the problem which basically is the outcome of Roma children not succeeding in education, is at the end of the day a result of anti-Gypsyism, of racism in the system. And we are far away, unfortunately, from a situation where the children of our community have full participation, equal participation in the education system. If I can inquire, what exactly is the root of the problem, and why is there a need to continue to work on this issue? Well, I've kind of come to understand that the way the world is not really in the hands of the Roma, unfortunately. Is there war, is there peace, is the climate being protected or not, etc., etc. So we can't control everything, but we need to take an initiative. From our perspective, we need to articulate our problems towards the majority community, the majority society, and because we need to raise their awareness for our situation. So that requires us, in the first instance, to take responsibility for our situation. You know, there's no problem, there's no real point in us talking among ourselves about our problems and how bad everything is for us. You know, that doesn't really bring us forward. You know, we have to go outwards with this. We have to get out of this kind of black box school. We have to talk about how our children are in the school. You know, how our children are feeling, how are they being treated? Why are so many of our children being sent to schools for handicapped people? Why are our children labeled as being mentally ill or handicapped or not clever enough or whatever? So we need to have meetings about this. We need to have public events. We need to have exhibitions, whatever it takes to raise awareness among the general public. And I think the federal government and also local governments must recognize that the Roma and the Sinti children live in this country and that they are a resource for the future. You know, maybe there are some people who consciously do not want Roma to have good education, but unfortunately we will not liberate ourselves, our children, from this bad situation without any help from outside. We can't do it ourselves. You know, we do need support, we need help, and we need strategies and concepts to improve the situation. There are some children who finish school who can't even count up to 100. They finish school, they can't count up to 100. They can't even write 1/3 of a page in decent German. And why is this society having such problems dealing with our children and treating our children properly and portraying us as a problem? So what would you suggest? What would you recommend? That what the Roma organizations across the whole world, or I as a mother, what can I do to improve the situation of Roma children? Well, I think that we could stop reinventing the wheel all the time. We're hearing the same stuff now that we heard 10 years ago. You know, so we have to think about what is actually going to bring us forward. So first of all, we need political participation, first of all. Because if we do not tell anyone how we are feeling, then nobody else is going to do it. So you have all these people who are kind of self-appointed people making decisions on our behalf and in our name without any legitimacy from the community, from the grassroots. And that's a problem we have to talk about, because that is a form of discrimination among ourselves, and we have to make that visible, because it's about the future of our children. It's about the future of our existence in Europe. And we have to take responsibility for that. I personally am in favor that I am labeled, are known as a European. Okay, fair enough. I come originally from India. Many years ago, my people came from India. But what does that bring me today? I'm an Indo-European now, and my nationality is a European now today. And as long as there is no European declaration that it's a country, the Roma are the real Europeans. Roma are in every country in Europe. Roma have accepted so many different languages, so many different religions, and despite their situations that they were in, the Roma have never brought their societies where they lived into a difficult situation or created problems for them. And that's something we have to put to the forefront. We don't have to fight with weapons. We will fight with words and with the truth. And that's what we have to work towards. Not just for everyone for themselves, but together and with education as the most important thing. I thank you very much for your work and for speaking so strongly and working so strongly for the future of our children. Thank you. And now I will continue in English.
It was a great pleasure to hear from each of you your different perspectives that you have, and to hear what are the different problematics that our Roma are facing through Europe. It is also unfortunate that we didn't have the opportunity to speak today about more European countries, but in the next 2 days, we will have that opportunity, I hope. Now, I would like to ask if each of you would like to have a closing remarks or something that would like to mention more, and then in the next 7 minutes, we will close the conference and we see each other tomorrow. If somebody has something to say, you know?
Only I want to say that thank you very much for this opportunity. It was very nice. I know that was a long day, and to stay and to hear us was very good for us. And what is important, unity. Don't forget, we need to be close. We need to be together to fight against of racism and discrimination. If we work segregated in groups with different issues, we'll not sort out nothing. In the end, we need to work together. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Somebody else? Sie mochte noch etwas sagen?
Ja, mein letzter Wort.
Yeah, one final remark from me.
Ich bezeichne mich als, das ist auch legal, weil die Roma nie einen Krieg geführt haben.
It's true, the Roma never started a war. I call myself a Roma nationalist, and I think it's okay to call that because it's not aggressive, the nationalist, because we never waged war against anyone. And I identify myself with all of my brothers and sisters here from all over Europe. So I would suggest that this Congress today starts an initiative. Me, I'm an Indo-European. My nationality is European. My ethnic identity is Roma, but I want a European political initiative for the interests of the Roma, to bring that to the political institutions on all levels. A political party at European level, but bringing together and looking at the problems, different problems that our people have all over Europe, which are different. The problems our people have in Southeast Europe, in the Balkans, are totally different to what they have in Germany. And we have to look at the political organization in each country will concentrate on the specific problems that the community has in that country, because they're all different. But we also need a central instance which looks at the collective interests at an international level and brings it together.
No more questions, no? It's okay. I would like to thank to each of you distinguished panelists. It's an honor to listen to your recommendations, and it's an honor to listen how dedicated you are to your work for our Romani communities. On behalf of the Romani communities, I would like to thank to you for the efforts that you are doing. And also, this would also be my closing remarks for the first day of the World Romani Congress. I thank to each of you for being here. It's a great pleasure to be together and to see what are the most pressing issues of our Romani communities. Tomorrow, we will continue the discussion. I know that some of you are coming from far because you also had to travel. So please allow me to close now this conference, and we see each other tomorrow when we can discuss more with the panelists. Thank you very much to each of you.